Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 2023 Iowa Beef Expo. If you will so kindly stand, remove your headgear. The American flag, at least one of them, is right over here. I think that's the only one. Miss Maggie Moss is back from yesterday to do the national anthem for us.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you once again, Miss Maggie Moss, the pride of Adair, right? Well, it's Crossbred all day long on the market side, Crossbred or commercial and Angus over on the heifer side. I'll tell you about the judges here in a little bit, but we're looks like we're about ready to start. While we're waiting on the first classes to come in, first of all, volume, how are we today? Okay? Top row, it seems louder. Top row, volume, good? Okay. Our judges on the steer side today, coming out of Tennessee.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 2023 Iowa Beef Expo Market Steer Show. This is Noel Ernst coming at you from the north end of the arena here up in the Crow's Nest, sitting next to my counterpart and partner for several years here, right next to me, Mr. Ryan Habiger. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning. We're happy to be back and excited. Day two, we're going to dig into some crossbreds.
Jumping right off the deep end again. Going to be a big fun day. Had a lot of good stuff yesterday happen and go down, and we're excited to see what shakes out this time today as well.
No doubt about it. It's going to be a fun one. We had fun working through them yesterday and had some positive feedback from some of our friends out there in internet land. So hello to everyone out there, and we're going to get this show started. We're starting off, Noel, with a single entry, only coming in at 272 pounds.
Yeah, fresh off the tit, I think. Just a little lightweight here to start with. But Kev looks like he's got some promise in the future, and we're going to get started here. Mr. Will Coors is going to tell us about him.
Definitely a pleasure to be back with you guys today. Looking forward to sorting through these crossbreds and really pumped up to be here and just get to sort through these cattle. We're going to roll right along here. The young man brings us obviously a younger, kind of a grinier, skinnier type of a calf here, but a steer that still has a quality look from the side, really nice in his lines and honestly really good in his structure. There's no doubt that he just needs more time and maturity, but the build and blocks are there for him to continue to get to improve down the road. Congratulations to him on a nice single entry.
Well, you heard it there from Judge Will Coor this morning, a calf that just needs a little more time.
You betcha. Nice blue roan calf there to start with. Now we're going to get into it here. A little more competition here, getting into some 6 and 7 weight cattle. Class 2, which will be 501 in our crossbred steer show. Nice blaze face steer hit the ring first, and wouldn't you know it, just like our market heifer show,
hey,
look at all the color.
Wow. Black cattle are out. Colored cattle are in.
Well, we'll see how it shakes loose at the end of the day. But, yeah, we definitely saw plenty of color throughout the show yesterday, and looks like we're going to see some more here today.
Kind of interesting here, Noel. You know, it's fun how they have these sires. Just like yesterday, we commented here and there about sire groups, and there's some of the usuals, Here I Ams and IGWTs, but look at that, old school Ali.
Ali, boy, you don't see that every day anymore, do you?
No, you don't.
Every now and then you just got to get in and clean the semen tank out, don't you? Kind of keep your inventory straight.
Well, and sometimes you're hoping for that replacement out of Ali, but sometimes you get that nice steer.
Yep, you betcha.
A lot of pedigrees have the Ali blood in there today.
That's right. I think sometimes we should maybe just take a step back, and I know we're all focused on the cutting edge and the future, but I think we can just take a step back and maybe use some of those older bulls every now and then and, keep things on the straight and narrow.
Not a bad idea. Sometimes when we try to move forward, we take a step back.
More than once that's happened, hasn't it? Working them into the ring here and trying to get things set up. Just a couple calves being a little ornery here this morning. Still a little early, I guess. And
I don't know. We're just on class 2, but, ooh, baby, there's some nice ones out there.
Yeah, like I said, we're starting off right out the gate. And, early classes here, some lighter weight cattle. This is kind of the time of the day you can look around the outside of the ring and see a lot of the Texas and Oklahoma guys standing there with their mouths open. I know there's been a lot of times at the Beef Expo, some of these younger and lighter weight cattle, maybe a little slower growing, they kind of like pick them up and take them down there and like to trade on them a little bit.
Yeah, these calves here most time have a lot of future left in them, and just the way they're built and the size they're at. Man, there's some good-looking, big-bone, stout calves out there.
We didn't have to go too far before we found myself another white lead strap there. I was hoping we got the Herefords done with yesterday and the Charolais and the Market Evers. I was hoping I didn't have to see another one of those white lead straps today.
I know some of the people were listening back in the tents, but maybe they didn't care what we thought. I don't know.
Three of them right here out of class number 2, right off the get-go.
Now, speaking of that, so you just said early classes. How early do you suppose some of these families right here in the ring got up this morning to make these calves look the way they do?
I'll be straight up honest with you. I bet they got up earlier than I did.
Me too, my man. My bed was feeling good.
Yeah. But, yeah, early morning, another nice day here at the Beef Expo. The sun's out. Good day to get your cattle washed and dried. But I'm assuming 3:30, 4 o'clock, some of these guys were rolling and getting excited to get started.
Yeah, when I drove into the fairgrounds this morning, the tents were active and people were rolling, and I'm sure some of these people had a early start and a little extra coffee.
You betcha.
All right, here we go. Our judging duo of Will Coor from Greenfield, Ohio, and Chance Young from Springville, Tennessee, have put these steers into motion. Time to analyze them on the move, which, as we all know, pretty important.
Once again, for you following along at home there, you can see the two judges in the middle of the ring. Mr. Will Coor there on your left-hand side in the gray jacket, and then in the navy jacket, the shorter gentleman there with the long hair, that's Mr. Chance Young. So those two did a good job yesterday working together in tandem and going to get after it again today. We had just a quick chance last night, or yesterday evening, I guess, when the show was over, just to speak a quick word with those guys, and they were sure impressed with the show, and I think, they said they're really looking forward to today again as well. So.
Yeah, they were super excited. Obviously, when you get to evaluate high-quality cattle, it's fun for them, and they did a good job. We told them we appreciated the comments they made, and, like we said yesterday, Will did most of the talking, and he, broke them down for us, but he still stayed positive because he even mentioned some of those calves that were down at the bottom of the classes were ultra good.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, like we were saying yesterday, the spread just between the good ones and the poor ones is just not that much anymore. Razor-thin margins, and you can have an awfully good calf stand down towards the bottom, and it doesn't mean you're down and out. It's a long summer ahead of us yet. So,
I think we were visiting with Will, Noel, and you mentioned something about the main division yesterday, and his face kind of lit up like a Christmas tree.
His eyes got big, he got a big old grin, and yeah, if the crossbred shows anything like that, we're in for a real treat. And like I said, we talked about the main division yesterday quite a bit, and not to take anything away from anything else that we saw yesterday, but that was just an ultra competitive division with some ultra good steers there on the top side of that.
All right, looks like we're going to pull that red steer in first to get the process started. Pulled that white gray calf in next. What do you think, Noel? Just a little too extreme for him out here?
Probably a little extreme, and they probably just didn't like that white lead strap.
Those darn white lead straps.
I'm going to have to apologize. I mean, not to beat a dead horse about that, but it's awful distracting to me, and maybe it's just me being an old man, get off my lawn, I guess. But, you know, those just clip on the end of that halter. So if you want to have the white, you know, cable halter on there, I'm all for that. I just sure like to see a different color lead strap, I guess. And unless you're, you know, showing like we do in California in your white clothes or like a dairy show where you blend in with your clothing a little bit, but.
You ever show any dairy walking backwards or anything like that?
I almost got roped into helping my buddy show a dairy heifer at the county fair one time, but luckily I talked a different young girl into helping, and so I got out of that. No, never had to partake in any of that. How about you?
Well, no dairy, but one of the scariest moments in my life, do you remember at Iowa State University the Little North American Showmanship Contest?
Oh, absolutely.
So it's kind of embarrassing, really, but I was named the champion in the sheep showmanship. I was also named the champion in the beef showmanship, and then at the end they do an overall, and I was pretty excited, thought maybe I'd have a good chance to win the whole thing. Well, round robin came, and they said, here's a horse. And I'm like, what? So I apparently blew it with the horse because I did not win the overall competition.
No horse experience, huh? Not a lot of horses at the Habiger Ranch growing up.
No, there was not. No hay burners. They told me to stand in different quadrants based on where the judge was, and I apparently didn't play that game properly.
Yeah, they kind of have their own rules in that equine world, that's for sure.
Yeah, I didn't know if I was playing Twister or exhibiting an animal, but
I have a not exact story, but a similar story, and my horse experiences are similar to yours. Just we did have horses growing up. My dad always had a horse around, and my sister kind of got into the horse deal, but they just never were my thing. I never trusted them and whatnot. And we, when I was on the judging team at Blackhawk, we went to down to Houston to do a little judging, and we're having a pretty good roll and getting into town, and things were looking good, clicking on all four cylinders. And down there you have to judge horses, and we did, and didn't go so well for me, and just to put it that way.
Well, there's a little horse blood in our family. We know our grandparents.
And quite honestly, we sat right here and watched these cattle enter the gate, and I looked at Chance, and I'm like, man, I expected a little bit more of a building block to get to kind of the high quality stuff, and you know, this class is flat good. There's no debating it. This you know, this initial pair of steers, that white calf came in before the yellow calf, and I kind of told myself, like, hey, that one's going to be tough to beat. Next one in the gates, the Goldie calf here that we go ahead and use to win. And I guess we do that because both of these cattle have muscle, both of these cattle have foot and bone and are pretty ideal in terms of their structure. But when you start evaluating these cattle, there's more length, there's more growth, and there's just more to the Goldie calf today. That calf's awesome in his look, his body shape, and like I said, both cattle have muscle, very comfortable with where that one's at this stage in the game. The white calf here in two, like I said, he hit the gate, and that thing is an absolute freak. I mean, that is a big back, big-ended one that still gets out and travels like he needs to. Very well put together by that young man. You know, for us, you ask yourself, is he ever going to get big enough? You know, and you know, with these lighter weight crosses, where their end point is, that's not really for us to decide. But I guess today, when he's standing right there beside the one that precedes him, you ask yourself, is there just enough go? Is there just enough kind of, you know, long term? The white calf that comes next, honestly, when that young lady's got him parked, I think he can run with the two ahead of him. I mean, that is one that ties his neck extremely high, wild looking, still has a massive amount of shape right out the backside of his blade, really stout out of his hip. We just like to loosen him up a shot off of both ends of his skeleton. Probably wants to turn out just a shot on those front two, but still really, really high quality. Kind of the baldy white snip nose calf from his hip forward, we like a lot of the things that he represents. And if you want to talk about just body shape and just kind of that easier feeding type of a look and switch that pair, we're perfectly fine with it. Our issue with him is he kind of tapers back to his pins, maybe closes up a shot right there. And then when you talk about you're going to give up a shot of muscle, we need to be sounder. We didn't think that he was any sounder. He wants to kind of be a shot hesitant in how he sits that rear pastern down, but that's still getting extremely critical. That young lady's got a very bright future with him. Young lady next in line, another baldy calf, big back, big ended. We're just a little bit more concerned about his front end structure. We'd like to reconstruct him there in terms of his shoulder design and lay that knee back in him. This calf here, that's one in our opinion that if he continues to feed and mass, this young lady's going to have a very, very good summer with him. Today, he was the one that was the flattest behind his shoulder and the most nondescript in terms of his shape out of his hip. We still loved his presentation and the quality look that he has. The red steer is obviously the one that's just kind of out of the game in terms of foot and bone, but that calf's still really nice in his structure and body. We commend that young lady for coming out here and doing a nice job with him. Very high quality class of crossbreds, really nice duo to get us started.
Well, you heard it there, ladies and gentlemen. High quality class there, and they really like that top pair of smoky calves to get going in the crossbreds here.
Yeah, that pair of steers, man, they were moderate, but they were stout and good looking.
Wide and burly, wide and burly. So just an update here again for you following along at home. We are sitting in the north end of the cattle pavilion here up in the crow's nest, bird's eye view of the steer show here, and where the camera is, where you guys are going to be seeing, that's on the west side of the arena looking back towards the east. So you're going to see the cattle right down there in front of you, and behind that in the middle of the ring, all the people make this thing go around sitting down there in the announcer stand. Then on the far side of the ring, you can see Mr. Matt Copeland and Dan Harker. They are evaluating the heifers over on that side of the ring this morning. We're jumping right into the Angus heifer division. So just for you following along at home, seeing what's going on there in the background, just going to let you know what they're doing over there. So big, strong show in the Angus heifer division, I think, too, probably the largest breed that they have here this morning.
Yeah, as we look across there, man, the business breed is really shining, the last few years, or even longer than that. The business breed's been hot.
Yeah, yep.
And things are getting hot over on the crossbred steer side as well. We have some more colors, some more variety.
Yep, wouldn't expect any less, would we?
No, we wouldn't. We are getting into our third class.
Third class here, and then there'll be one more class in Division I, a big class after this, and then we will pick our champion out of Division I. Just taking a quick look at my paper here. Looks like we have 5 divisions of crossbred steers to work through today, so it's going to be a fun one and a lot of quality. And again, just taking a look down here, there's 2 or 3 pretty humdinging steers in this group, isn't there?
Yeah, there is, and we got the color variety, but I was looking at the sires here, Nolan. We got some variety there, too. We got a NG&G. We haven't seen too many of those yet. We got a MAB again, another throwback.
Oh, man, throwback sires, you betcha. Get you some, heck yeah. Looks like that, that's that Jacobson girl there. That's kind of down in my part of the world. I think that calf's worth the wait. About the 4th one through there with the black calf.
All right, so Judge Chance Young's just wrapping around the front ends, and here we go. We're going to lead them around.
As you alluded to earlier, I know you said you got a lot of text messages and calls, whatever. I did too last night on the way home, and even last night. Nice to know a lot of people were at home listening, and I don't know. I got a few Raz jobs. I know people were really enjoyed us kind of going out on a limb yesterday and making some predictions what the judges would do. They enjoyed it even more when we were wrong.
Well, thankfully we were right. Some of the time. But yeah, I'm sure they appreciated that.
Must be good listening when the commentators are getting stuff wrong. But Yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun here to kind of see. And as we said yesterday, these guys are doing a great job. And they kind of have a pretty consistent type and kind. We kind of could follow them pretty much straight through in this steer show.
No doubt about that. And, we appreciate that consistency. And, I think they'd agree with us on the fact that there was a few of those decisions yesterday. You could have went a couple different directions and argued it and been correct. It's just, when the shows are this competitive and the decisions are that close, that's the way it goes.
Yep, exactly. Well, if you remember back even in that market effort show, that Division 4 in the market efforts, I mean, he flat out said when Wilwood got on the mic and started talking about all those class winners, he said, honestly, we don't know which direction we're going to go to quite yet, and we're just going to talk about them and let things sink in and then decide what we want to do. So
that's right, and that heifer ended up being your reserve supreme market effort.
Yeah,
so that
right.
just shows you
exactly
the variability that can happen in these shows. These kids are going to take a lot of these cattle onto these other open shows and IJBBA shows, and you're going to see some different results as we go through those, I'm sure.
Yep, absolutely. Well, that Jacobson calf there, the young lady in the purple just now circling, that's a awfully powerfully designed calf. He's got the big bones, big burly stout dude, wide made, and still pretty from the side.
All right, that's it. I'm going out on a limb, and we're going to call him the class winner.
All right, give the people what they want. Make a prediction. There you go.
No, that's a nice-looking calf, and not to take anything away from these other calves. We don't.
No, not at all. Like I said, the quality's deep, and just sometimes you can there's just a few little extra bells and whistles on a few of those calves that just kind of give them that extra look. And I think those cattle know, some of them, they just have a presence about them.
Yeah, some cattle just know they're good, and sometimes those really good ones have a little extra spirit to them. I remember back when I was on the halter, I had a few spirited cattle.
Yeah, you did, for sure. I remember one of them that had to give him a little attitude adjustment and a little nose accessory.
Yeah, we gave jewelry to a couple of my different steers. It works. Here we go. Okay, we got it right. We're 1 for 1 today.
We're starting off on the right foot.
For whoever's keeping track out.
I got the very first class right. You got this class right. So now we're doing all right.
2 for 2. Yeah, the first class.
To be quite honest with you, the whole class, I was sitting here thinking to myself, what's the most, correct way to talk this young lady's animal, and I'll just be honest with you, when that one hit the gate, it's kind of like when my wife walks in the room, you just say, well, hello. That one is absolutely incredible in terms of his presentation. Got the body, got the mass. That one's flat good. Just go ahead and roll on out of here, young lady. The steering, too, is one that has the same muscle, has the same just punch and mass and dimension to him. Bottom line is when we get these cattle, kind of start breaking them down, this calf, the difference between the top two, this calf is not as good at the ground, kind of wants to turn out a shot ever so slightly up front, maybe just not quite as agile off of that rear leg, and then you complement that with the fact that he's already maybe just carrying a shot of crest up front there, but that's getting extremely critical of one that I think is incredible on the stand, very well presented, very well put together. That young man's got a bright future. You just ran into one that's just flat good. The young lady in 3, she goes there because that calf, of those kind of 4 cattle that were left out here, he has the same type of just muscle and mass that we talked about. He just doesn't have the bells and whistles of those initial 2. He's not as square and expressive out of his hip. He's not as just bold right out the backside of his blade, but he still has more dimension, has more product than our calf in 4. The calf in 4 is not one that blows you away. Quite honestly, we were like, hey, does that one go to the bottom? And then the longer we studied him, the more we appreciated him. Really nice in his lines, really nice in his balance, nice hipped one that moves good off of his rear too. Maybe like to redesign him out of his shoulder, give him a shot more bone, but that's still a really consistent calf in terms of just the basics. Young man's calf that comes next, a shot more moderate, kind of lower to the ground, wider built creature. I guess for us, he was a shot coarser in his joints. We just kind of like to piece everything together a shot better. Young lady's black calf, opposite end of the spectrum. Big, long, definitely has the frame and the growth. For us, we ask ourselves, is that calf ever going to get chubby? Is his body ever going to come? If he does, that one certainly has the look and design to go and be competitive. the young man's red calf next, one that on the standstill, really nice in his lines. Young man gets him put together there and kind of gets him set up and loined down and presented well. The problem is when we ask the cattle to go, his problems arise in his structure just off of his rear two. And then the black calf for us just fell out of balance, a little plainer fronted, maybe tucks up in his flank. Like to just kind of redo that guy in terms of just his lines and his symmetry. Very, very high quality class with an absolute stud to get us started.
Well, I guess they kind of like that class winner.
Yes, he was awful nice, and again, congrats to you for picking that one out. Mr. Lolteet gave him the green light here. We got Class 4 coming in the ring now. This is Class 503 on your program. This will be the fourth and final class of Division 1, and we'll bring those 4 first and second place cattle back in here to pick our champion in that first division. Looky, looky, here we got more color.
I see a roan coming.
You betcha.
Got Lolteet at the gate again this morning. Kind of like Santa Claus. He's checking that list twice.
He's not afraid to tell you if you're naughty or nice, though, is he? I mean,
No, he's not. Him and his associate Bruce Jones will let you know if you're in the right or in the wrong.
that's right, which is good. I definitely respect that.
Another solid class coming in here. What do you think?
Yeah, biggest class here yet, this division yet this morning, and a couple of those up there in the middle look like some pretty nice calves. Looks like we got maybe a few more hands on deck today in terms of ring help. Our old pal Tucker's down there kind of directing traffic, and got some extra helpers with him here today.
Yep, doing a good job. I see we got a St. Charles entry. Isn't that your old stomping grounds?
That is my old stomping grounds back from the day, for sure. Haven't been there for a while. We moved, went to college and whatever, a new path in life. But not sure about that family, Bradley family from St. Charles, but definitely do know the area. That's the home turf for sure.
Their calf sired by Not For Sale. Interesting name.
There you go. I think there was a story behind that bull. I think that's the Wade Rogers bull, and I'd be lying to you if I told you the exact story, but I think somebody wanted that bull, and long story short, he wasn't for sale.
Apparently.
So you can see Mr. Will Coor there. He got his hand up trying to shade the sun. As I said, these cattle were showing on the west end of the arena. The sun's out bright this morning in the southeastern sky, kind of peeking through there. It gave us some fits yesterday morning as well. So
it sure did, but we hate to complain about the sun because it's nice to see it. Here in Iowa in the wintertime, we don't always get to.
Absolutely. We're not going to complain a bit. I live south of here a little bit, down around Indianola, Osceola area, and we got about 8 to 10 inches of snow here on Thursday. And when I got home yesterday evening, went out to do chores, I was pleasantly surprised that a lot of that snow was gone and pretty soft and melting away. So I'm sure by the end of the day today we'll be back to where we like to see it. No snow, and then hopefully we can get the ground froze up again. Maybe not so much mud either.
Yeah, the mud's the worst, isn't it? When you have livestock, you just
it's no fun at all. I tell you what. The Will Coor there in that last class, he was talking about his class where I know he said he gave a shout out to his wife. Guess I'd like to do the same again today, give my wife and children a little shout out. They are again at home today watching things and checking. We got a few cows calving and making sure things at the ranch are going smooth. So thanks to Jolynn and Denver and Decker for keeping things going while I can be away and enjoying my day up here with you.
For sure. Noel's got a great family and a great support system back home, and like we talked about yesterday, it's so important when you have livestock or any kind of operation, you have to have a good support system. It takes a team effort.
Absolutely.
This group of calves just didn't want to get around the ring quite as well as some of the other classes we've seen, but we're getting them there.
Yeah, then again here a little early in the day, but our little circle got a little small, a little tight, and we're kind of a little bunched up there. Going to grab the old roan calf.
Yep.
Be interesting. I didn't get that exhibitor's number. I wonder what the pedigree on that calf might be. Not your typical color pattern or build, I guess, in this.
Suppose he's got a
day and
little
age.
Moody Blues in him, or
Moody Blues. He was a good one back in the day, wasn't he?
well, just like yesterday, our judging team is being efficient. They're giving every calf a good look and lining them up. Oh, I think Chance changed his mind there.
Working her down here. Looks like probably get her down to 3 real quick, and then maybe even just 2 after that. Calf with the front of the lineup sure has a nice look to him.
Yes, it does. And yeah, to no surprise, they got down to those 3 pretty quickly. These are the 3 calves that are the squarest hipped and
Yeah, the
best
yellow
in
one
terms
is
of
really
balance.
bold back, didn't he?
yes. There's no doubt, we talked about it yesterday, both these judges are looking for cattle that have that third dimension.
Final class in Division I here on the steer side this morning, and to be quite honest, I'm not sure if there's one that just grabs us and says, hey, I got to win. But to be honest, we kind of start studying quality of balance and proportions. These 2 cattle bring themselves to the top, and then of these 2, are either one of them perfect in their structure? No. So we set that aside, start breaking down muscle and dimension, and there's no doubt that the gold calf up front just has more power. Do we want to correct him up front, like I said, in his structure? Absolutely, but he's still the boldest bodied, widest constructed one that still has a quality look. The black steer falls in 2 because, you know, we wish we could just bust him open in terms of just his dimension right out the backside of his blade, maybe drop him in his flank and allow him to just balance just a shot better, but that's still a smooth built, well put together one that kind of blends everything together and does so in a very nice package for that young man. The black steer that comes next kind of gets his way to 3rd just because of his muscle and his power, and he does that along with the fact of still being one of the sounder options of the remaining cattle. Yes, we need to reconstruct him in terms of his shoulder, but from his shoulder back, that calf definitely has a lot of quality in terms of his hip design. The next kind of baldy cream-colored calf that comes here, really good in terms of his basics. I mean, that calf's good-bodied, good structured, just reads kind of easy feeding. Is he a shot planer and more generic in his look? Absolutely, but we were still more comfortable just predicting him down the road as a fat steer in terms of his doability and how he's going to continue to gain and just mature. The young man's black steer, big-footed, big-legged. As we work our way up there, just not enough body for us. Just read a shot more tubular and greener in terms of his body. The young lady's black steer that comes next, probably a shot more just muscle, a shot just rounder in terms of his rib cage. For us, just came off pretty coarse. You know, we'd like to blend those shoulders in a shot better up front. Still really nice in terms of his muscle dimension. The black and white calf is definitely one of the stoutest within class. There's no doubt that if you just wanted to talk product, you can move him up the line. For us, we're going to stick to structural quality, and that's why he sorted himself down just too straight off of both ends of his skeleton for our liking. The black calf that comes next is a little bit looser made in terms of his skeletal build, just a calf that hit us a shot plainer in his look, maybe a little deeper in his chest. And then the blue roan calf that rounds us out has the length of body, has the grow, has the extension. We just got to have more product to go along with that frame. Very interesting class to kind of piece together there with some subtle differences up top.
All right, so another solid class just went out of the ring, and it's time for Division I champion crossbred steer selection.
You bet. Here we go. Our 4 class winners coming in the ring now. Class 1 was Little Blue Roan. We got the yellow calf there. Here comes the Jacobson calf. Looks like Joey Hare just cranked the tail on that one as he hit the ring. And this last gold steer here out of Class 4. Not sure, that's Tiana Kinzinger. Doesn't tell us what that last calf is sired by, but nice group here too. Those three out of the 2, 3, and 4 are nice cattle. Nothing against the Blue Roan. I'm just not sure he's got much of a fighting chance here this morning.
I think he might be in trouble today. We were watching these calves turn the corner in front of us here in the Crow's Nest. We got some powerful, big-footed, big-legged cattle.
Absolutely. Those two out of Class 2 and 3, boy, those two are tuned in and dialed in smooth this morning, aren't they?
They absolutely are. I'll tell you what, I think it's a fight for reserve. What do you think, Noel? The black steer going to take it?
Sure. He's got an awful good look to him. I know they talk pretty highly of that yellow calf there out of Class 2. To me, those are the two. But, yeah, I think at the end of the day, maybe for me, put your bets on the black calf. But, you know.
I think so. Just a little smoother package. Like you pointed out when we started, we've been wrong before.
Won't be the first time, won't be the last. And as I said, sure can impress our listening audience and entertain them if we are, in fact, incorrect. But those are both pretty nice calves.
Yeah, very nice calves. That yellow steer that's spinning out now for his circle is really packed full of meat and muscle, but still has a look about him. His head and neck come out right. Walks at you with that power you want to see. That's a very, very nice calf.
Yep, that is Sawyer Minor, and that calf is an In God We Trust. Right behind him again is Macy Jacobson, and that's a worth the wait calf there, the black steer out of Class 3. A little discussion between our judges.
All right, looks like they have concurred. And here we go. Cancel that. We're still discussing.
Get out here in this first division of crossbreds, and you know, we get them back out here and we start studying these class winners and the seconds. To be perfectly honest with you, I'm sure if you've sat up here and watched these first 4 classes, you know, there's no hiding that when one of them hit the ring, I guess he hit us pretty hard, and I guess I'll tell the young lady that if she ever gets tired of him, she can come to Greenfield, Ohio and drop him off. I'd love to just sit out in there and study him and play with him every day. Young lady out of Class 3 has got an absolute stud. Congratulations to her. We pulled that black calf in here in this lineup in the second place to him, and that's no slouch. I mean, let's don't discount him. I mean, that calf, in terms of the amount of product that he has in this stage of maturity, still has the foot and bone that we're after. It comes down to reserve between him and the gold calf out of Class 2. We start breaking those two cattle down. We're still more comfortable with the structure, the quality of look, and just the freshness of the front end of the gold calf. Young man out of Class 2 will be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, we got that one right.
Well, 2 high-quality steers there. Fun to analyze, just as Judge Will Coor said he'd like to have that steer dropped off at his house so he could analyze it some more.
Just like you said, you know, the certain cattle just have a certain presence to them, and just when the first impression kind of hits you, much like the market heifers yesterday. I know when Bodie Druckenmiller's heifer hit the ring the very first time, he just hit those judges pretty hard, and I think the same thing just happened here with this Jacobson calf.
Yeah, and they're walking over here in front of us now to get their picture taken. Man, it's fun to see them closer up than we did.
Right down in front of us. And
that reserve steer doesn't give up anything in terms of muscle and power.
Like I said, he's got a big old top in him, and he's packed full of it. Looks like is that a Hare tag and Joey Hare?
So yeah, it might be a double.
Congratulations to Joe Hare there. Looks like he had the champion in reserve out of Division 1. Good start to the day for that crew.
Very, very nice.
just for those of you following along at home, we're up here on the north end, right kind of behind the picture backdrop, and you can follow along at home, obviously, too, on the Pulse for all the updates, and right down in front of the backdrop there, blowing these calves up and taking a quick snap. The young ladies there that work for Sullivan Supply and the Pulse are getting some Snapchats of all these division winners, so you can follow along on home as well by following the Pulse.
And here we go, Division 2. That's a nice calf lead things off.
Good way to start there in Division 2. That's looks like Bailey McCullum with a made-to-order steer there.
There's a white-faced steer coming in, pretty extreme fronted.
First class here in Division 2 looks like we're in the kind of low 800s, 8.15 to about 8.35, getting this division started.
It's going to be a larger class. How many do we have in here?
Well, it looks like there's 2, 4, 6, 8, about 9 or 10 looks like. And there he comes. There's our token smoky calf or peach calf. Got to have one of those in every class.
Yes, we do. And we got a red steer with some white on its face to please the Ernst
Yeah,
Cattle
you know
Company.
me and my red baldies.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, looks like 10 head we got in the ring now and getting them lined up around the outside. So the guys take their time to sort through these. And
we got the ring full this time.
You bet. Once again, looks like a nice, strong class. And again, no just easy place to start with an easy throwaway or anything. Just looks like lots of quality from top to bottom.
I'm looking at this page right. There's an Irish whiskey steer out in the ring.
Oh, wow.
You were talking about cleaning out the semen tank earlier.
You betcha. Again, probably one of those situations where probably hoping for a heifer.
And there's another man among boys. We saw one yesterday we thought might be the only one we saw, but we're seeing quite a few of those.
Yep, looks like that maybe that white-legged calf is a man amongst boys. Nice big class here. We give the guys some time to work through it, and I guess when we're sitting here just kind of waiting for them to work through this class, you got any Iowa Beef Expo stories? I know we got some, people like to hear those yesterday. What about you remember your first time you ever showed at the Beef Expo at all? Or
I don't remember the first time I showed the Beef Expo. I remember showing over all the years many, many different things about that, but it was always fun. I know I was very fortunate to do well down here a lot of years. I had reserve overall steer at least 2 times that I can recall.
Yep, congratulations.
Got
That's
edged
excellent.
out by Miss Sarah Faber one year, and I got edged out Mr. Matt.
Oh, yeah,
Help me
for
out.
sure. Gosh darn it, now you're going to put me on the spot, too. Yeah, Eastern Iowa.
Yep.
That calf won
Schneider.
a lot. Yeah, Mr. Matt Schneider.
Mr.
Yep.
Matt Schneider. That
Yep.
was a
That calf won a lot that year.
That
Yep.
calf did a lot of winning, and I stood right behind him there. No shame in that.
No, for sure. Good calf. Yeah, you had a pretty good run down here. And I remember my very first Beef Expo had been 1989, actually, and I was 8 years old. I had a key heifer. Back in those days, cattle were built a little different, obviously a little more extreme and a little more leg under them. But I had a key heifer, and she was just a May, a little younger deal. And she had actually won her division in Denver and come to the Beef Expo. And my dad let me show her and won our class. And it was a good way for me to start my Beef Expo
That's a pretty good way
career.
to start. A lot of people come down here their whole career and don't win their class.
Yeah, no, it was started off right, for sure.
That's one thing yesterday, we're sitting up here and having fun and the banter and things, but in all seriousness, this show, the Iowa Beef Expo, this is going to be one of the toughest shows you're going to find around the nation. And if you win your class here, that's a big deal.
You bet. And it's, not even just the crossbreds or the mains that we talked about. Some of those other breeds, it's not an easy feat to win your class in any of these breeds. And when you do, and then even lucky enough to win a division, it's something to really be proud of.
Yes, makes that drive home. You just have that feeling of pride. But
a little validation.
On the other side of the coin, those kids that maybe got third or lower, we talked about that yesterday. We've seen a lot of those calves in years past go on and win their county fairs and go to showdowns and win it.
Well, and as we said yesterday, I mean, the chain steer at the Iowa Beef Expos, a couple times, 2 or 3, I think, off the top of my head, maybe came back and won the state fair. But there's been several calves that were 3rd and 4th in class that have come back and won the Iowa State Fair later on this summer. So.
Yep, never give up. Just like in life, you just don't give up.
That's right. That's right.
That's what's so great about the livestock showing, and whether you're talking about the beef or the goats or the sheep, I mean, is there anything that does better to teach kids life lessons in your mind?
I don't think so. I mean, just the responsibility and just the interaction with fellow competitors and just being a tight-knit community, I think it's second to none, really, honestly.
Yeah, we're both fortunate that we were able to grow up in it. It's in our blood. We told you guys yesterday we are first cousins, so we share grandparents, and kind of all started way before our time with Grandpa Darrell there, didn't it?
Yep, for sure it did. I am kind of a third-generation cattleman on both sides of my family, honestly, and I know your parents met at a cattle show, my parents met at a cattle show, so kind of like you said, it's just in our blood.
Yep, and like some of my friends say, once it's in your blood, you're in trouble because it's an addiction.
That it is. That it is.
All right.
Starting to sort through the cattle here and move some of these ones to the top. And where's a white tips tail of the calf there, pretty nice, about 3rd hole. Calf up front looks pretty nice from side view profile. It's the one we talked about when he first came in the ring.
Yes,
that
he
McCollum
does.
girl.
Are we going to go out on a limb here? Or
Well, I don't know. I mean,
we're
that
not
one.
to that point yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we could definitely go out on a limb and keep the audience happy again. But I mean, that calf's awful sharp. Maybe when you get right behind him, he's not as blowed apart as some of these other ones we're looking at right now. But we'll see what the judges think about that.
Well,
Again, their type and kind is they like them to have some power, but they'll sacrifice a little power to make sure they're still smooth and complete, and definitely got to stay sound.
Yeah, as it should be. I don't know if you guys can hear Mr. Hooker not on down in the middle, but he's looking nice and relaxed this morning, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got his feet up, and he's going to settle right in for the day. Yeah, just a little update for you guys. I know yesterday we kind of had to pause a time or two, and Mr. Hook got fired up, or the judges on either side of the ring. I'll give you a chance to listen to those people. And we kind of rewired some things this morning and redid the microphone situation so we can, luckily we can mute Mr. Brad Hook if we want to. So.
Yeah, I got a smile on my face. I know when they said we had that kind of power. We were excited.
Shucks, yeah. No, we love Brad for sure, but just it was a little frustrating yesterday. I know we'd get like in the middle of a story or start telling something or describing something we see, and then somebody down the ring would jump on a mic unexpectedly. So have a little more power, I guess, this morning just to try to make it a little smoother and easier listening for you guys there at home.
Here we go. Once again, sure appreciate our 2 judges, Will Cure and Chance Young, making sure to view these cattle in motion from every angle. They dig in and watch them come at them. They watch them go away from them. That's the way I like to judge, too.
You betcha. And as we said yesterday, old Chance, he gets around the ring. He's hit every corner several times as he just gets out and analyzes these cattle. Well, that first one, again, he's just awful sharp and moves super good. And
yeah, we're going to go ahead and lock that in.
yeah, you bet.
Class winner.
Put me
Pink
down.
shirt.
Put me down. 2 cows standing right behind him. I'll say they're both bigger hipped and probably a little stouter ended, but just not quite as smooth and complete maybe. But again, that's just our opinion. Obviously, the 2 guys in the middle of the ring at the first-hand seat, and here we go.
Get out here in the first class of Division II crosses, and the young lady with the pink sweater entered the gate, and I guess it never crossed our mind the whole time we were out here. We were placing from second down through the end. We knew this one needed to win. Look of quality, awesome body, has enough muscle, good structure, just the combination calf that just has the highest presentation, highest quality one within this particular drive. We'll kind of break him down a shot more when we get him back for the division. For us, the decision lied more between second and third, and I guess that's why we walked that last trio of them here just to study those 2 cattle. The white switch calf gets the nod. Bottom line, he's better designed in his shoulder. He's stronger right out the backside of his blade, offers us more product, especially right down his top line and out of his hip. certainly one as we compare him to the one up front. Maybe a shot more restricted in terms of his structure, but we still thought that he offered more product and offered a more balanced look on the stand. The red baldy calf, honestly, from his shoulder back, I jive with him. I love that guy in terms of how loose he is in his spine. Awesome in terms of his rear leg. Just gets out here and floats and hits the dirt so comfortably. And honestly, that's why I wanted him to be up here, just because I want to stand for that quality of livestock in terms of their structure. But the problem is his looseness of spine also comes to his undoing, just because he doesn't tie together as well right behind his shoulder. And we need to go right in behind that guy's blade, bust him open, and just give him more just punch and real dimension right out the backside of his blade. But like I said, that guy's structure is what we're out here trying to build and trying to kind of represent. The black and white calf, of those top 4 cattle, he's the one that's the most restricted there in his hock joint. We like to just see that guy just get out and travel with just more accuracy and more ease. Definitely a calf that's very highly presented and put together. The young lady does a very nice job with him. The baldy calf that the young man has that comes next, honestly, if you're going to study the cattle from the profile, he can move up a couple slots, because that dude paints an awesome picture from the side. Really love that guy at the ground in terms of his structure. He's one of the sounder, better structured options within class. The problem is, as we step into the 3/4 angle or behind the cattle, he just gets too generic in his shape. We got to have more just punch and power. The young lady's black calf that comes next, big feet, big legs, big muscles. We just got to tie everything together a shot better, smooth him up in his shoulder, open him up in his heart. Young man's black calf that comes next, very well presented. Top line sets in him good. That young man gets him stopped, and that calf relaxes. His spine kind of goes down in him, and everything kind of flows together. But then when we ask the cattle to go on the lead there, he just gets too uneasy off of both ends, kind of more upright in both ends of his structure. The young lady's black calf that comes here, if you want to switch that pair and talk doability, talk practicality and body, hey, that's cool too. Our issue with that guy is if we are going to move him up, in our opinion, we have to be better in terms of our structure, just kind of a little straighter in our shoulder, a little bit more restricted there in terms of our rear end movement. Young man that brings the calf that's going to round us out. Really nice in terms of his just body design. Really easy feeding type of a steer for that young man to go into the summer with. I'm sure he'll make a really nice fat steer. Doesn't have the bells, the whistles, or just the design to run with those ones ahead of him today.
Wow, here in the Angus ring, I think we've got a really competitive class up here at the top end of this one. And this young lady here we start off with, when she hit the ring, I looked at Matt and I said, it's going to take a good one to beat this one in this class. And, she just kept our attention all the way through. But you talk about one that's ultimately designed, from the side. You love the way she extends through that front 1/3, lays in nice and neat in that shoulder, but yet still has that.
Well, there we go. That class just left the ring, Class 1 of Division 2. Now we're having Class 2, Division 2 hit the ring. Another really nice, powerful set of steers here. Boy, there's a chromed up Holstein-looking calf just hit the ring, awful sharp. Here comes another gold calf. Going to be another nice class here, looks like, for the gentleman to work through. Just like to take this time again to thank everybody that puts in their time and effort to make this such a successful show. Jenny Studer, Kim Lewis, and Taylor Etzel with the IJBBA down there in the middle of the ring, and all the staff and supporters and just volunteers that they get rounded up. Sure appreciate everything they do, because it just makes this show so nice and work so smoothly, and just couldn't do it without all their help and all their support. With that as well, just like to thank all the sponsors that are giving some monetary donations and helping things go smoothly that way to make this thing such a success. It's as Ryan has said, more than once, this is a big event. It's something that we're real proud of here in Iowa, and it rivals a lot of shows across the nation. If you haven't been here or you're just watching at home, hopefully you can kind of get the grasp of what's going on here and the magnitude and the scope of the quality of the cattle. So Again, just like to thank everybody that's donating their time, and for sure those sponsors that help make things go here at the Iowa Beef Expo.
All right, over on the heifer side, placings for class 406. First place.
All right, as we're working through this class of steers here, myself and Noel are up in the booth, and we have a guest with us up here, Mr. Dave Geyer from Show Circuit Online Sales. Dave, how we doing today?
I'm hanging in there. Just got here, checking things out.
Some beautiful weather for the Beef Expo this year, huh?
Yeah, that ain't no kidding. You guys still have a little snow. Now, we don't have anything. All we have is mud.
Yeah, well, there you go. We were talking about that this morning. The mud's no good for sure. We'd rather have a little snow than mud.
Hey, it don't matter if you got 1 calf or 10 calves in a lot at my place right now. It's mud.
Mud, yeah, for sure. For sure.
So Dave would be a good one to give perspective on this, but earlier me and Noel were talking about how big of a deal this show is and how prideful you should be if you're towards the top of your class. You go across the country at all these shows. Where does the Iowa Beef Expo rank?
I'm going to be honest with you, I'm an Illinois guy, and I always say Illinois is where the steer showing originated. I think it's kind of
the Holy Grail there.
The Holy Ground. There you go. Yeah, the Holy Ground. But hey, there's no expo like the Iowa Beef Expo. You take the Hoosier Beef Congress. Now there's a lot of numbers there, and everybody comes. There's no doubt about that.
Yep.
And I think at one time, I know number-wise, it was one of the largest, if not the largest, junior show in the country for a prospect deal. But when it comes right down to sheer competitiveness, quality, Iowa Beef Expo tops them all, bar none.
Yep. That's what we just watched the classes here on the steer side the last 2 days. We were talking about the margin from the calf that wins the class to the one that's the bottom of the class. So razor thin anymore.
100%. And what they don't understand is you can be third or fourth in a class, and you might have a state fair champion,
right?
And not even realize it. And so I can see where it can be disappointing for a young person, but I can also see where they need to keep their heads up.
For sure. Yep. Keep your head up and keep the grind on and make something happen.
Hey, and another thing is, and keeping their grind on. I always tell customers, stay focused.
Yep.
Because them ones that are going to be third or fourth sometimes in these classes, if they stay focused, it'll all work out.
Yep, for sure. Well, sure appreciate you stopping in here, Dave. And I know some of our listeners maybe not be big social media followers, but some new news kind of in the online sales world this week. You want to tell us anything about what's going on?
You bet. We've been making some big moves there at SCO and with Ryan, you, and Noel, and we have merged with SSP. SSP's been very, very good, and they're really, really big, honestly, in the sheep thing, and that's kind of what got us started was the visiting about the sheep and the goat side of things, and you guys have done such a great job in that deal, and such a great job in general, and the option come up here a while back to start some conversations, and the merger of SCO and SSP, it's been great so far. I haven't heard any negatives.
Yep, that's as well. We're having a lot of positive comments and just a lot of hope and looking towards the future and a lot of good things to come.
Right, we're super excited about it. I think it will be good for everyone, including the most important people, the customers, both on the selling and the buying side of things. Just make it a notch easier for everyone, won't it, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, we're always at our firm, we're all the time trying to make things better service to customers, whether it be a seller or a buyer. And I think that in this particular case, I think we're going to do all that. I think Brendan come aboard, on the sheep and goat side, and I was talking with him the other day, and gosh dang, he's
sharp.
He is. He's sharp. He's gung ho. The people like him. He's tending to business, and so he fits right into the organization right now, real good. And
awesome.
And I think that's going to be very, very good.
Yep. Nope. I agree with you.
Yep. And since we're at the beef show too, good shout out to all of our good loyal cattle customers at SSP. You guys are gonna have a nice smooth transition over to Show Circuit, and we know you'll like it.
Absolutely. It's been a great opportunity, and I think it's going to be fun to work together here for a few years.
And you got a new rep on the cattle side of the equation too, right?
another big news here. Here just a while back, Timmy Burt come on this fall, and he's been doing a great job. And then Todd and I have been Codwell have been talking for a few months here, and he just come to me and said, hey, he says I need to make a change, and gosh dang, when someone of that caliber with that kind of background, with that kind of history, you can't
can't say no to that, can you?
Yeah. You know, and we get there's people all the time, and I don't want to be negative, but there's people all the time say, hey, I want to be a rep, I want to be a rep, I want to be a rep, and that's all fine and dandy. You can't make everybody a rep,
right?
But when someone of that stature walks up and visits and says, hey,
let's do business.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a big get for you guys, no doubt. I know back before SSP evolved, me and Noel worked with Todd on several cattle sales that we had at Burt, and always had a good experience, so he'll do a great job for you guys.
Yep.
Absolutely.
A lot of wealth, a lot of knowledge, just a lot of connections he's going to help you guys with. So,
absolutely.
Yep, for sure.
We're down to the nitty-gritty here in the steer show, down to the black and white steer, and really nice black steering behind him.
Got her down
Looks
to 2. Going to take another little quick walk here and see
like
what
a
we
close
think.
Decision, like we said earlier, these judges they dig right in and they study them going and coming at you, and we love to see that.
You betcha.
Back in the day, that black and white one right there probably wouldn't even get a look. But
we were
nowadays,
talking about that yesterday. The
hey,
color thing was taboo, wasn't it?
Hey, nowadays that's a positive than
You
a
betcha.
negative, you know. They just catch your eye.
Yep.
Yeah, we talked about the black cattle earlier, in the minority almost seems like. So it's fun to see the wild colored ones.
I didn't know that I would ever probably show one like that. If you'd asked me that 5-10 years ago, I would have said no. But this year, my daughter's even got a black and white
colored up one.
this
Nice.
year. Yeah.
Nice.
They just they're just kind of, they stick out.
Yep. So now your girls obviously show cattle and then into the pigs too. Are you venturing into the sheep and the goats at all, or what all you got in your barn?
Well, the girls have been dinkering in the sheep thing here the last couple, about the last 4 years.
Be careful, Dave. It's addictive.
There ain't no doubt about that, but I don't know. I just kind of do what I'm told in that sheep thing. They wanted to do it, and of course they're doing a good job at it, and they do what they're told. And when I say do what they're told, because they don't come to their dad, or their dad don't go to the barn and say, you need to do this or you need to do that, because I don't know.
Shucks.
That's awesome. I know when I was about your daughter's age, my dad let me dip my toes into the water of the sheep deal, and he was the same way. He didn't know anything about it. He leaned on support from friends that were in the industry, and I took off with it. So.
You betcha. Looks like we're getting close here to making some decisions. The guys are kind of pointing out their reference points and a little back and forth discussion. There we go. There we go. We got a decision here. Going to let them talk. Dave, you're first guest of the weekend. We appreciate you stopping in and saying hi.
You bet. Thank you, guys, and look forward to the future here with SSP.
You bet. Right back at you.
We're going to walk them one more time.
I think we're just getting them lined up here. I think we went with the black calf and then the Holstein colored one there right behind him.
Right.
Get out here within this particular drive, and to be dead honest with you, when 2 of them come in here and have this type of quality, and you get to get out here and start studying these guys, I mean, we get amped up, and me and Chance are pumped up, you know, when quality hits the ring like this. We were joking around with the young lady up front here. That might be the hairiest set of ears I ever seen. I joked around with her. Me and Chance were talking about she probably sits at home and like roto brushes them things. But, I mean, from there back, that calf is absolutely spot on in terms of his body shape, flat-backed, big-ended, and where he really separates himself is I backed up here and studied that calf, and me and Chance talked about how well designed he is in terms of his shoulder, his knee, and his front foot, how everything's so square, so genuine all the way to the ground on that animal. And we also believe as you watch those cattle go right away, he stays wider and truer to the ground. That is an absolutely impeccable one. Now, I mean, has God created a perfect one? one? No, absolutely not. But within this particular drive, that's as close as we can get. The black and white one, I mean, I'm sure this young lady never imagined that she was going to load that animal on her trailer, come to the Iowa Beef Expo and stand second, because quite honestly, if I owned that one, I wouldn't either, and never guessed it. That is one that is absolutely impeccably dressed, awesome in terms of his presentation. Like I said, you study that one in terms of his shoulder angle. We're breaking down two absolutely bad to the bone animals, so I don't want y'all to think I'm getting critical. I'm just trying to tell you what separates them. We need to lay that guy's shoulder and knee back in him ever so slightly. You study him coming at you, his knee and his shoulder design and everything just gets a shot awkward up front. Maybe just stay a shot just square and more genuine right there, coming and going. But that's getting awful critical on one that I would love to own, love to sell, or love to raise. The black calf that comes next, he's in third because of his basics. That calf's awesome in terms of the fundamentals of body, muscle, and bone. But with saying all that, he don't have enough of any of those things to rival the two calves in front of him. We just need more of everything. But of the remaining cattle, he was still the soundest, best bodied, just the basic one that was left. Young lady's calf here, we loved him in terms of just his in terms of his body shape, loved him in terms of his genuineness of muscle laid down his back, really stout out of his hip. A calf that maybe gets a shot plainer right there in his chest. Maybe like to see him just set down more accurately there on his rear too. The gold calf that comes next, really nice in terms of his look up front, ties his neck high out the top side of his shoulder. His issues come at the ground, goes a shot east and west up front. Maybe just like to see that pin shape and just be more expressive, stay more level there in his hip as we ask the calf to go. Black and white calf kind of wanting to fight the young lady here, but when she can finally get him settled in, he has a really nice design to him. He actually balances up really well. He's just too restricted there off of his rear too. We got to have him more comfortable on the go. The young man steer kind of rounding the end of the ring here. A steer from his shoulder back I actually like quite a bit. I can see you switching that pair if you want to, and that's perfectly fine. For us, that calf just got a shot forward in his shoulder, maybe a shot coarser in his joints. Young lady that comes next, really sound, really just flat and angular type of a calf. I say that, and then that's also his problem, is the flatness. We got to have more expression and more muscle. The young man's calf that rounds us out, he kind of hit us a shot harder in his body. With saying that, he's also really fresh, really good looking. I'm sure that young man, go home, continue to feed him. If that calf continues to chub, he'll have a really nice summer with him. Very nice class with an excellent duo up top. Let's give them a round of applause as they exit.
Another one of those heater classes there, and as you just heard the judges say, two real good ones at the top. They took that extra time to kind of go back and forth with.
Yeah, appreciate those guys doing that too on those close decisions. We talked about that yesterday. When they need to slow down, they sure do. And that steer that walked out in first, man, he was good looking.
Yeah, those are both nice calves. Both those steers were Here I Am's. Their eventual class winner there was Harbor Lonigan. If you remember back to yesterday's main show, the Lonigan family, they had the champion main steer yesterday, and then that black and white calf that was showed there by Ellie Noonan. So congratulations to both those exhibitors, and really tough class of crossbred steers there. Coming in the ring now, we have Class 3 in Division 2 here. Looks to be another strong class, and again, there's another smoky calf.
Yes, continuing the trend. This class, though, will be heavier on the blacks.
Yep, starting to get into them heavier weight steers and just a little bigger, stouter, burlier type cattle. Looks like in this particular class we're getting up to, where are we at here weight-wise? Looks like high 8s, 875 to 873 to 883. So again, just a ring full of them here, but only 10 pounds separate them.
Yeah, and there's only 10 pounds difference, man. That's showing you the consistency in a lot of these genetics, really.
You're right. Well, and if you read the paper again, looks like a lot of Here I Am. So most of these cattle are probably half brothers, looks like, in this class.
Imagine that.
A lot of, if you see around the ring there, if you're looking on your camera, you can see the young lady in the middle of the ring there with her camera. A lot of young girls running around here with cameras, and sure again like to take this opportunity to thank Diane Hamilton Photography for doing all the backdrop pictures, and she's got a crew of girls working for her here with doing some candids and some ring shots as well. So really appreciate those guys taking the time and getting your moments captured on tape, on film, I guess you could say.
Yep, they do a great job, and those are pictures these exhibitors and their families will have to cherish for years to come, and it's so important to get those taken right, too. You want to make that animal look the way it looks.
You betcha, you betcha. I don't know about you, but I was talking about like that, the first time I came to Beef Expo, I had a key heifer, and I had her pictured one way in my mind when I was showing her. Of course, at that time I was 8 years old. The other day we were sitting down with the family and kind of opening up some old photo books and looking through some old stuff, and she doesn't look quite the same on the picture as she did in my mind.
Yep, I know what you're talking about. Actually, not too long ago when we were getting ready for that podcast about my dad, me and Mom were digging through old photos that she had collected over the years, and some of those cattle just, in your mind they looked one way, and in reality it's a little different.
Right.
It just shows you how times are changing.
You betcha.
Speaking of podcasts, I know one of the text messages that we got yesterday, Noel was reached out saying, hey, you guys are pretty good together, good banter going. Why don't you start a podcast?
Start a podcast. There you go. I don't know if there's room left in that industry or everybody's taking that one over. We'll have to see, I guess. But
yeah, we'll have to see what the future holds. Who knows?
Yeah. Me and you have so much time on our hands. We don't have enough to do, so we should tackle something else, maybe.
Yeah, let's add something else to our plate. That'd be smart.
Oh, shucks. Going to take a little spin here, watch these cattle move. Again, this is Class 3, which in Division 2, which is on paper Class 506. So if you're following along at home, Class 506 is the third class here in Division 3.
All right, and they're going to make the turn right in front of us here. They're keeping them out nice and wide this time, just the way we like to see it.
So what's happening?
Speaking of podcasts, in the background, I don't know how well you can hear, Mr. Bradley Hook is giving us some information.
Yes, he is. He's full of information.
You ever listen to the original JBS, I believe it's called?
Yeah, I've listened to a few of those. They're quite entertaining. Some of those ones with some of those industry legends, I think, are quite entertaining. I know the Dean Kepharts and the Drill Bucks. Those are pretty informational. I think, for a kid my generational age as well, I remember those guys when I first started to go into some of those bigger shows. Those were the guys you looked up to. So kind of neat to hear their stories on how they got stared in the business.
I agree with you. Those podcasts that go back and touch on the history of the industry and the people that kind of have, laid out what's in front of us here today. Those are the best ones, and I've had the honor of being on a couple of Matt Lautner's podcasts, and he does a good job, too, of reaching back and telling some of those stories from the good old days.
Yep, you bet. I know he had Eldon Miller on a couple of his and Bill Elliott talking about some of those shows from back in the day, Chicago, the International, and the Denver stories. And here's again one of those classes, a lot of good steers in there, and maybe as we just look up and down the lineup, not the one that just jumps out and captivates you like a class or two ago, but
right, probably not going to go out on a limb quite yet. I do have one in the back of my mind. I'm going to keep it in my pocket here and see how things shake out.
Not real confident yet, that's what you're saying.
Well, I just need to get a little better look at a couple of these.
Okay.
But I suppose we should give the people what they want. That's fine. At this time,
There
I'm going to
you
go
go.
ahead and make my selection. The young lady with the colored steer. It's
Yeah,
making
let's-
circle is my choice in this class.
Yeah, that smoky steer, like we talked about, boy, he's powerful. And again, from our bird's eye view, he's got a big old top and hip in him, and not wanting to give that lady just the most cooperation right at the moment, but
Yeah,
he's a
just
burly,
based off
sappy
how our
dude.
judges have been sorting them, I think that's the one they might land on, but we'll find out.
Whoop, whoop.
Oh boy, we
Got
lost the strap.
That
I
calf's
believe.
definitely not wild, just had a little malfunction there with our halter.
Now, if that strap was white, would have been easier to locate that. All right.
Yeah. Oh, shucks.
I'm feeling confident in my pick here, Noel. I'm going to
Yeah,
be
I
honest.
think
Feeling
you're-
confident.
I think you're pretty good. Looks like you got in the top half of the class at least anyway. White calf's just not wanting to cooperate for that young lady, though, is he?
He's not.
Maybe they should have had a white phantom halter on him.
Yeah, those halters, got to practice at home with them. I know there was a calf yesterday that had one on that how he was acting made me question if he'd ever had it on before. But those can be an advantage for you if you use them properly.
You betcha. I'm sure that calf's good and tame. That young man there with the white-tailed calf just coming into the wall right there. That calf does have a phantom halter on him, and he's the one that just came unclipped, but he was so gentle you just walk back up and grab him. And that young man's getting along with that calf extremely well.
Oh man, it's so much nicer when they have that gentle nature, isn't it?
Yep, you betcha. That's what makes it fun. Boy, when we were showing, like you said earlier, had to do have a few tricks in your pocket, but nowadays some of these genetics are a little more docile and maybe not quite as much full flush and mean Kiania in them. You want some good stories about some steers back in the day, give Derek Sandy a call. He's got some real entertaining stories about some of those high percentage key steers that were showing back in the late 80s and early 90s. All right, here you go, Hamburger. You snuck into the top three.
Yes, we're hanging in there, boys. Haven't had any large swing and misses yet.
I don't
But
know.
the day is young.
The day is young. I wouldn't be surprised if we walk these three again. They're doing some consultation here again in the middle of the ring and doing some talking and some banter back and forth and how they see these cattle. I think that steer at the end, he may be a little sharper in terms of his look. Probably doesn't have quite the foot size and bone under him, not the stoutness of that white calf.
No, a little more frail underneath, and I know based off yesterday's evaluation, these guys want them to have the dinner plate feet and the big natural raw bone if they can get it.
You betcha. Still be sound and flexible. And I noticed when that calf there in the front was stopped, he kind of had his legs twisted just a little funky, so I think maybe they wanted to see him move and see how he handles and coordinates himself off his hind wheels.
Yeah, I just think as they're coming at us right now, Noel, I still like my pick.
Well, I gotta give you credit. You're confident and you stick with it right till the end.
I got to make sure everybody knows where I'm at, so that way when I'm wrong, they can really hassle me.
Really lay it
now,
into
he
you.
is popping an ankle as we see him go, so I could be in trouble here.
That third calf there coming around the corner now, boy, he's awful smooth in terms of his just type and kind. And, again, presentation's A+ on that dude. Just not quite as burly and beefy as those two right in front of him, but style, eye appeal, and balance is second to none.
Oh,
Probably.
yeah, those two black steers on either side of my selection are very high quality, too, so I definitely got to give credit to all three of these calves.
Whoa,
Well, there
we're
we go.
both wrong.
Swing and a miss.
Asking you shall receive, right?
D-Rack one.
Up and there, you know, these top three steers, we're going to be the first to tell you they don't match. There's no doubt about it. There's differences in types and kinds, but honestly, you know, within this particular lineup, I think you have to put type and kind aside and start studying just actual true quality and just use the one that you're the most comfortable with. When we set that trio cattle in motion, there is absolutely no doubt that the best footed, best structured one is the black one. He's the best in terms of his spine. And then as you work your way from there, is he green in terms of his body? Does he need more chub? Absolutely. But with saying that, he's still really square and genuine to the ground. That leads us to believe with that guy's skeleton, with his dimension, we're gonna you know, place a bet on this guy chubbing up and just coming in terms of his body, because we're that much more comfortable in terms of his structure. The white calf that comes into, you know, in our opinion, the big decision becomes between 2 and 3. The calf in 2 is awesome in terms of his body shape, big back, big ended. Honestly, me and Chance were talking about that guy probably needs a foot trimming. You know, his feet are getting a little long on him. It causes him to hit the dirt a shot awkward. But honestly, when you start studying that guy's angles and the fundamentals of his roundness of body and his muscle, he still has a lot of those basics. The best presented, best put together one comes in 3rd, just in terms of his clip job, his fit job. Young man does an extremely good job of getting him stuck. He gets every ounce of quality out of that calf that he can, and when he's parked right there, you take a picture and say, hey, I like that one. The issue is when you set that calf in motion, his shoulder is shoved further forward on his framework, and that causes his spine to come up. He falls out of balance as we get the cattle on the go there. We really appreciate that young man's hard work at home, though, getting that calf presented the way that he did. The black and white calf, we had him out here with that initial trio. You step in behind the cattle, he's the one that's the plainest in terms of his shape of that initial grouping, and then you study him at the ground. He's also the one that's the most unsecure there in terms of his hock, but he still works his way into 4th just in terms of his quality of look from the side. He has more body and true rib dimension than the young man's calf that's going to come next. Young man's calf on the upper part of his skeleton can move his way up the class. Big backs, really expressive over his loin there. A calf that we just got to have more dimension down through the lower 3rd of his body, open him up in his sternum, and just give him more true, genuine width down low. The black calf comes next, is honestly one that, in our opinion, as you continue to feed him, he's only going to get better. That calf for us today read really flat right there in terms of his body shape and his rib shape right out the backside of his shoulder. He has a really nice hind leg design, really quality look down his top line. For us, he just kind of fell out of balance. Also, his chest sets a shot lower than his center rib and rear flank. The calf that comes next, stout and burly. Bottom line, you study him at the ground, he just doesn't move good enough there off of his rear 2, especially down there at his pastern. The white-bellied calf that the young lady has, I mean, wild looking. Definitely has some extreme pieces, maybe a shot harder doing, in our opinion, just in terms of his body. That calf maybe also reads a shot coarser in terms of his tail head and his shoulder. The young man that rounds us out, kind of longer bodied animal that definitely has some grow and some scale, just needs some added just doability, some added rib shape to kind of give him a little bit more of that practicality type of a look.
in this class. She's the one that I think puts everything together in terms of the prettiest front end, the most level in her design, the hip structure, the feet that she has under her, the wheels that she has under her when she gets out and goes. It's just an easy class winner for both of us. Young lady here in the next hole, she does an awesome job getting this heifer presented out here. She gets her full mileage out of that one. That's a nice heifer, but when she gets her park, she gives you a killer look from the side. She does an awesome job of getting them showed. Really good showmanship deal there. But that's a heifer that's big back, got a lot of good things to her, just logically falls into that second hole for us. The next heifer coming out is kind of the problem heifer for Matt and I. When you sit back and you analyze that one, she needs to be deeper in her flank. She needs to be a little more tucked up in that chest floor for us. But she's one that's really big backed and nice level hipped and level in her design. Just like to change that foot structure under that one as you sit there and you analyze them. Next heifer coming out is another one of them, a little hook-toed for both Matt and I, but a big-bodied, high-volume heifer. Just like to clean that one up at the ground. The next two heifers just need to balance up a little better. Thank you.
Everybody in the barn, we have a red Silverado license plate Shiner from Iowa County parked in the no parking unloading zone on the south side of the cattle barn, and you are holding up trailers. So I would suggest you hop, skip, and jump right on down there and move that red Silverado license plate Shiner, S-H-I-N-E-R, from Iowa County, parked in the no parking unloading zone, south side of the cattle barn. Thank you.
Another little malfunction here on the show haulers, but again, looks like a nice tame calf. This young exhibitor's going to get riled up and corralled here, looks like. So another powerful class coming in here to this class of crossbred steers. Another ring full of them here. Got a lot of quality from top to bottom, and as the judges work through them here, we're going to try to get this calf over here on your far left-hand side of the screen kind of rodeoed up again and had a little malfunction. Oop, here we go. Going to get a little stretch in. Feeling good. Once again, as we work through this class of steer, just like to take the time to thank all of our sponsors and appreciate what they've done. One of the big sponsors here this weekend I know has been Sunglow Feeds. Every year they sponsor the showmanship contest for the juniors there on Friday afternoon, and Kim Lewis and the entire Sunglow team and the Cargill Animal Nutrition team just do a tremendous job and really stand behind all these kids here for Junior Beef Breeds Weekend. So appreciate all they do again, and thank them for what they bring to the table. Okay, we got our calf corralled here. We got him back in line. Judges are going to swing down the front of the lineup and give these cattle another look here, and then we'll be off to the races again. Another interesting fun fact for you folks at home following along is we just took a quick look at this paper, Ryan. Every calf in this class, except for that white one there, is sired by Here I Am again.
Oh, my goodness. That is something to note. A lot of Here I Ams. We've seen a lot of Here I Ams through the whole show, but that's a loaded class there.
Loaded up.
And that being said, we see a lot of squareness, a lot of muscle, a lot of power.
Yep. For sure, for sure. Bone, hip structure, and this, of course, that ever so important haircoat and big fluffy ears nowadays.
Yes, can't live without that. And like you said, fluffy ears, we always have learned that's a good indicator for hair. When you're out shopping for your next prospect, I always go to the ears.
Yep. Ears and tail switches will tell you a lot, won't they?
Yes. least we got one white calf out there.
Yeah, well, we have to. Every class, you have to have one white or smoky steer, don't we?
Yep. Those In God We Trust cattle, there's a lot of them out there. You know, when you and me drive around in the fall looking, we sure saw a lot of those this year, didn't we?
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. So this is your Class 507. This is the 4th class here in Division 2. And after this class, we will pick our champion Division 2 Crossbred. So we're making
moving
the
right
turn
along,
here.
it seems like. But
Yeah, we're at a good steady pace, and like we said yesterday, things just go smoother and it's much more enjoyable, and there's good quality cattle. So not sure what the time is, but keep seeing these good ones class after class. Just makes the time go smooth and easy, doesn't it?
Makes it enjoyable, and we got our man Tucker there keeping those cattle to the outside of the ring. I don't know if you kids in the tents are listening to us at all, but if you are, make sure when you're out here, keep those cattle to the outside of the ring. The judges appreciate it, and so do the viewers here in the bleachers.
You betcha.
Look at that calf coming around here.
Boy, he's a motoring right along. Again, one of them big top square-hipped ones. Coming around the corner here, that looks like exhibitor 170. Let me see what the paper tells me. That's Keaton Kralik. Yep, he's down from around Creston area. I know that the Kralik family, they always bring some good ones wherever they go. That's a sharp-looking steer.
That's a really nice calf. I was going to say that's the one I was mentioning coming around, and he catches the eye. He's smooth, wide, and attractive.
You bet.
Let's see. Study down the line. Yeah, he's definitely going to be a booth favorite. I don't know if he's a crowd favorite. He'll be a booth favorite.
You bet. Crow's Nest votes for that one, huh?
I think so. Let's go ahead and lock it in.
Lock it in. Let's, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Lock your answer in.
Is that your final answer?
I think it is. I think it is.
Man, that was a popular show with Regis Philbin.
Yeah, Regis was quite a guy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was, and my dad enjoyed that show so much
Yes,
that
he did.
we had a bull that my dad promoted named Final Answer.
Yep.
And it was pretty cool on the sign that we took out to Denver. It's still hanging in our barn. It says, for contact information, Regis Philbin.
I remember that. Now, your dad promoted so many bulls, I kind of get my years confused sometimes. Was that the year where there was any scuttle in Denver or any activity? I know one time he might have lost a truck in Denver. I don't remember what bull it was that year.
That was actually with the bull Priceless. I do remember that. That was one of the last Denvers, I guess, with my dad. And, yeah, we had the bull Priceless out there. And I know a good friend, family friend of ours, Mr. Troy Otto from Minnesota, was with us that year. And it was kind of a funny story. Apparently, there was a big string that year of thefts of vehicles in Denver, Colorado. And Troy was up extra early. He's an early riser. Troy was up early drinking his coffee, and he just happened to be looking out the window at the motel, and he saw my dad's truck get started up and thought, geez, those guys must be going out to the show to do something early, and didn't think much of it. And next thing we knew, we were all down the lobby with police officers because that was not us.
Wasn't your dad getting up early to go to the yards, was it?
No, it wasn't. But
yeah. Unfortunately, that's kind of become a common trend. Those stories aren't quite as rare as they used to be, are they?
No, it sounds like, especially down in the southern region of Texas, it's a popular thing to steal pickup trucks. I think they might use them to bring folks back and forth across the border.
Yeah, well, gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. But man, that's sure makes a guy sketchy about going places these days.
Yes, it does. But yeah, then the next year in Denver was probably one of the most fun Denvers with my dad that I remember. Was we didn't actually take a bull.
Yep.
All we took was a banner with all the bulls on it, and we set up a little shop there, and we gave out a lot of adult beverages.
Yeah, you had a heater and a cooler. I remember that well.
Yes.
I spent a lot of time in the booth with you guys that year.
Yes, that was a fun one, and he even kind of made light of the fact that his truck was stolen the year before and slipped that into some of the advertising.
Right, absolutely. Well, I remember vividly, too, just talking to your dad that year, didn't have a bull, and he said, we don't have a calf to put up here this year, but the cattle business is still a people business, and that's what was important to him, is still being there and shaking hands and talking to all the producers around the country that he knew so well and just interacting with them.
Oh, yeah, and that just brings up the great point of these shows, Denver, the Iowa Beef Expo, whatever show you talk about. It's all about the competition with the cattle, but it's also about a chance to get to see your friends that are from across the country, because we all know in this business how that works.
Right, absolutely. Okay, we got her down to 3 here, and looks like we get them shuffled. Or did we place them, or are we going to take a little walk? Or
I think we might have got this one right, Noel. I think
We're back on track. We kind of
there we go.
Screwed the pooch last time, maybe.
The structure got me on that last one. I didn't see that at first.
None of them were perfect, honestly.
Last class before Division II of the Crossbreds, young man in the blue shirt, he came to play. There's no doubt about it. Calf is high quality, highly presented, one that I guess separated himself just in the simple fact of he has the muscle, the bone, the hair, but he ties it all together with a very attractive, smooth package. Very high quality one to get us started. Young man here in 2, from his shoulder back, he rivals that one just in terms of having muscle and true dimension. Really nice in terms of his structure. He maybe comes a shot plainer there in terms of his head shape, in terms of his jaw. Maybe like to see him just a shot more opened up right there in his forerib, have a shot more just bloom and condition to his body, but he still was the second best option. Calf in 3, big, burly, definitely one that has just a punch and the muscle that we're looking for. For us, he came in a shot coarser of a package, maybe like to just blend his shoulder and his forerib, maybe like to just tone him down ever so slightly in terms of his joints, but definitely one that definitely has a very bright future. For us, the closest decision became between 4 and 5, and honestly, me and Chance talked about how it's a toss-up between the 2. We decided to go with a little bit more elongated one that offers a shot more stretch and grow. The young man does a nice job getting him stuck. For us, for him to go up any higher, he probably need to get out of his front end a shot better, maybe have a shot more just doability to his center rib, and that's where the young lady's calf has the advantage. He's a wide load, there's no doubt about it, a lot of product. I guess for us, he came off a shot just quicker in terms of his maturity, maybe a shot just rounder just in terms of his overall build. White calf, very practical in his body, very nice feeding looking one. Calf that maybe just comes off also a shot plainer about his chest, maybe a shot just coarser in terms of his hock joint there. Like to see him hit the ground more comfortably in terms of his rear pastern. Young lady's black steer on the upper part of that one, skeleton, in terms of his spine, his muscle, and his just power. That one's awesome. We just got to have more depth of body, just more rib cage. Young lady's calf coming next, just really tight off of both ends of his skeleton. He's a wild-necked, good-looking one. And then the young man's calf that rounds us out, the calf that kind of hit us, I guess, the hardest and the harshest in his body and his flank. Still actually a really nice structured calf. That calf gets off of his rear end really well, but we just got to have him with a shot more doability. Very nice class of crossbreds with a real good one up front there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Class 4 in Division 2, and right now coming back into the ring, we have our 4 class winners as we get ready to select our champion crossbred steer here in Division 2.
What a division we've had.
Thank you, Miss Mary Veach.
Look at these.
Getting a little custom drink orders here from the Veach crew. We sure appreciate that. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, just a quick note here before we get diving in the crossbreds, Ryan, but I want to make a quick note. If the viewers would look across the ring to the east side of the pavilion there, we're showing the Angus heifers. We happen to be picking champion Angus heifer over in that drive right now. Oh, just have a little quick shout out. I don't know if they can see it. The young lady here in the tan shirt is turning the corner when she comes back into the lineup, but that is one of the Collison girls, and that Angus heifer was raised by our good friends, the Mitness crew up there in Benson, Minnesota.
Oh, that's the Mitness heifer. Oh, my goodness, man, I haven't seen her for a while. You know,
she's changed
a
lot,
sale.
hasn't she?
Woo.
Yeah, that was one of their high sellers this year, and Mr. Nolan Ferguson bought her and has that Collison family showing her, and she looks pretty sharp over there on that side of the ring.
She looks the part, man. I mean, she looked good at the sale. We all loved her then, but she hasn't missed a beat, has she?
No, looks good. So good luck to them, and congratulations to the Mitness crew up there at the Milk House. Hopefully they're listening in today and watching along and can see some success on their side as well.
Yeah, good luck, Randy. Shout out.
You betcha. So here we go back into the Crossbred Steer Drive and these 4 class winners, and we bring them back out here and kind of line up and fit together fairly well, don't they? And
They do. I mean, we talked about the consistency of how the judges have lined them up and the consistency of the genetics of these cattle. I mean, they all have a big square hip and a big back in them and some base width from the view that we're at.
You betcha. Nice group of steers. Boy, that heavyweight one here towards the end, I mean, that's really a stout one. He's extra big in terms of his hip structure and top shape.
He is. That's that steer we locked in a few moments ago, and he really carries that muscle all the way down into his quarter. He's deep twisted. I mean, we're at that angle of these cattle, so that's why we're talking about those parts. But
for sure.
He is.
There at the side view profile, he's maybe not quite as tight in his shoulder and front end as a couple of those stand right in front of him, but be interesting to see what these gentlemen think as they evaluate them here and break them down and show us the ones that they like in this division.
How about the 2 young ladies at the front of the line just sticking those calves?
Yeah, they're getting right after it. Well, I know that Lonigan girl there that's turning the corner, that's one of those calves that, again, when he hit the ring, that was a tough pair between him and that spotted calf right behind him. That was second in class to him, but they sure liked that calf and talked awful highly of him when he won his class.
Yeah, that steer's just getting back around into position, man. He's one to admire. Just that combination of the muscle and the power and open up all the way through, but still he's smooth, and that's so hard to do, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. And similar in terms of his pattern to that main steer that won yesterday, and not to try to predict anything by any means, but just an awful nice calf. Boy, the look and the extension of that first steer there, the young lady in the pink, that one's extra cool in terms of his design from the side.
Yeah, I'd say Will Cooer and Chance Young at this time are earning their paychecks because these are some good cattle and they're making some tough decisions.
Yep. So just to give you a quick rundown here, the Class 1 winner there, that is Bailey McCollum. Bailey McCollum, that calf's made to order. Class 2 winner there right behind her is Harbor Lawn again, and that was a Here I Am calf, I believe, from Wade Rogers. Our Class 3 winner is Luke Crock. There as they turn the corner, that's another Here I Am calf. And then out of our 4th class there, that again was Keaton Kralik with the class that was just loaded with Here I Am steers again. So judges watching them take a circle here, giving them a little extra look as they get mobile.
What a moment in the show, too. Like you pointed out, Noel, it's about 9:45 Iowa time, Central Time here, and we are about to select one of the toughest divisions in the crossbred steers, and on the other side of the ring, Champion Angus Heifer.
Champion Angus Heifer, yep. And as we talked yesterday in some of those divisions where it got the real stiff competition, again, just kind of a lull has came over the crowd, and there's just a little thicker tension in terms of the air, and everybody's crowded up ringside. Big crowd of people stacked up out back in the makeup ring, looking shoulder to shoulder and looking through people. So just a lot of excitement, a lot of anticipation here for the next few minutes decisions that are going to happen on both sides of the ring.
Yeah, just soak it in. This is fun. This is what it's all about.
Absolutely, and hopefully, as you said, soak it in. If you're one of the families that's behind any of these kids that are out here, again, hopefully you can just, obviously we want to be competitive and you're out here trying to win, but hopefully you can enjoy this moment and let it soak in, and even if you don't get the slap or the handshake, again, be proud of what you did and what you brought to the Expo, and as Dave Geyer was telling us here earlier this morning, hold your head up high because, this is the cream of the cream here, and the biggest one in the nation, toughest one that you can come to.
It is. It was fun to get Dave's perspective on the Iowa Beef Expo. I know he's been coming here for a long, long time, and Noel, you and I, it might be cliche, but I know when you judge and I judge, when we see good ones, we talk about this because it's true. And the cattle that are on each side of these tables out here, they could go out across this country and compete anywhere.
Yeah, for sure. And even the ones that, like you said, even the ones that don't win probably today go to a lot of places and just, wipe up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's calves that'll get left in either of these drives that could go to lesser shows and smoke them.
Yep. And, again, here working through our champion steer and a crossbred steer here in Division 2, and just a great lineup there, but not sure how many classes as I look across the ring. But, boy, that, as you said, that Angus division, boy, that is just tough sledding over there, too. Just a ton of quality in those females.
Some beautiful-looking girls over there that are drawn out the way we like them, and still, as you get behind them, there's some Angus females over there that have some substance and have some shape.
Got some oomph to them. Not sure if I've ever said before in my life that I'm jealous of Chad Holkamp and Tim Loudon, but at this moment I am. They're getting to commentate the heifer show over there and work that side of the ring, and certainly appreciate them donating their time as well. And it's been fun to work with those guys here over the weekend.
I apologize for taking an extra minute there, but to be dead honest with you, these things are flat good, and we want to get it right. I mean, I hope you guys understand that we're devoting 110% out here today. We came to study and sort them as good as we can, and we're going to do that whether it takes an extra minute. Break down these cattle for you and tell you the subtle differences. Calf out of the first class won that class just in being the most complete. Very well put together in terms of his body, his presentation, and his look. Bottom line, we get him back out here. He doesn't have the muscle, the punch, and just the absolute, just overall overwhelming mass as a couple of the other ones right behind him, especially right out the backside of his blade. That calf taking nothing away from him because his structure's awesome. I personally think he'll make an awesome fat. We just need to have a shot more oomph right out the backside of his shoulder today. The calf out of the second class, honestly, just kind of, that calf hit us hard, to be dead honest with you. When you make them that stout and that burly, and still they can get out here and move the way that he does, where maybe, in our opinion, he sets himself apart from, one or two of the other ones out here. When you have a calf that's that wide in his chest, that's that wide constructed, but yet he still ties the point of his shoulder in as good as he does, his knees still set that far back into him, and he's that comfortable on the go. I personally, after breeding livestock for a little bit of time that I have, I think that is so incredibly hard to make and to do, and that's why I guess that one, really stands out to us. He ties everything together so well. His hip, his tail head, his hind leg, everything is spot on. Now, like I said, is there a perfect one? Could you maybe tidy him up in his crest, tidy him up in his throat latch just ever so slightly? Absolutely, but I mean, that's getting awful critical on one that I think is very, very elite. The calf out of the class 3, taking nothing away from you, buddy. You won that class because of the fundamentals of feet and legs, still having muscle and just being the most agile. But when we get you back out here, that calf just still reads a shot greener in terms of his body. We just got to have more chub and more condition on him today. Then the next big player out here, I guess, is the calf out of class 4. That dude is absolutely a truck. I mean, there's no doubt about it. He is one massive animal. There's so much just mass and maturity there. And when I say maturity, I guess that also is something that maybe comes a little bit to his undoing as we kind of study him to a couple of these other ones. Maybe just a shot just like deeper in terms of the shape of his neck and his throat. Maybe a shot more mature in terms of his chest. And then, maybe a shot just coarser about his shoulder. But at the same time, when you have that much shoulder, that's perfectly fine also, because you have that much just rib, body, and mass, and it's honestly splitting hairs out here. Now, we watch those cattle come and go. That calf are as wide as he is up high. We wish he'd stay just a shot, just more true and honest in terms of his width at the ground. We think that's where the calf out of the second class has the added advantage. But this calf also probably has a shot more power for us today also. Well, that's just the subtle differences that we see in them, and absolutely bad to the bone lineup. There's some of them out here that are absolute legit players, and we want to commend you guys on getting them looking this good. We'll take one more minute to talk just a second. We'll go out here and show you the two that we like the best. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Well, that took a little while for Matt and I to discuss all these, and then old Will over there gets on the mic, and he has to speak for a little longer than most of us do. But what a lineup of Angus females out here, from our first class winner all the way to the last one. I think we've got animals that are extremely high quality, animals that have a bright future in front of them, ones that are there today. cattle that definitely put everything together in an industry acceptable package, whether it's the real world that Matt and I come from or the show world. You know, it's pleasing for us to see a set of cattle with structure as good as they are. The lineup of these ones that we've got back out here in terms of foot quality and design. I think this is quite the lineup of females. We think that there's one that really puts everything together in that ultimate package, and we're going to go out here and pick your champion in reserve, but congratulations to these Angus exhibitors for an incredible lineup of females.
Wanted to take a second and wait for Danny to get done over there, and because this young lady pulls in the second in that class, and quite honestly, you're deserving to be talked. We talked about how close that pair was within that particular drive, and that calf has such a high quality look in terms of the freshness of his neck and how everything ties together so awesome in his body shape and his muscle. You know, the shorter switch calf is one we talked in class, maybe a shot just weird in terms of his shoulder and his knee, and we'd like to see him just stay square and more genuine there as he comes right at us, but that's being awful critical. It comes down between the black and white calf and the calf there out of the last class. We're probably just more comfortable with the extra punch, the extra wolfiness, and still staying square and more genuine as his knee. The young man out of class 4 is going to be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Champion out of Division 2 is Miss Harbor Lonigan. And reserve out of Class 4 is Mr. Keaton Krolick. Both those steers are here I am's. Congratulations, those exhibitors. Champion and reserve there in Division 2.
And again, no surprises there, Noel. A couple steers that we both found pretty quickly and the judges latched onto.
Very nice cattle. That, as they said, as Will said there, you know, that black and white steer is kind of give them a run for their money for reserve. Close pair in that class, but just love the extra power and substance of that Class 4 winner.
Yeah, as you look at that steer that was just like the champion coming towards us, man, look at how big he is all the way down his
coming
top.
right at us now. As you can see him coming across the ring to get his picture for the pulse, and boy, he is a stout, wide rascal. Looks like all the, as we talked about, all the donors and sponsors, and looks like Sullivan Supply donated some Scotch combs, I think, this weekend to all the exhibitors that win their division. There's a custom Scotch comb that's got a brass plate on it, and then it's got a etching or engraving on it. It says division winner at the 2023 Expo. So appreciate that donation. I know that's something those kids can probably not going to take home and use, but probably take home and hang on the wall.
That's pretty awesome. You know, I still have a lot of prizes from when I showed, and it's those unique ones like that stick with you, you know.
Right.
Nothing against banners and ribbons, but it's cool to win something a little different, and props to those guys for coming up with that idea.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, back into the Crossbred Steer Show. We're looking at Class 508. This is Class 1 of Division 3. And getting a good lineup of steers coming in here, weighing about 890 to 906. So just, again, a tight window of weight here in this group of steers. And once again, we got a pair of colored steers.
I see some color, and I like it. And I see a white cable halter with a black strap. Somebody was listening to you.
They were paying attention. All right, all right.
Well, definitely looks like another nice class, Noel. Maybe not just a full lineup of heaters like we've seen.
Yep. Pretty nice one there out on the far end. Looks like that young Klafke girl's got a pretty nice calf. It's presented pretty well. Down here towards our end of the ring, Mr. Blaine Beatty. He lives down there in my neck of the world. He's got a pretty nice looking calf there. Pretty stout.
Yeah, definitely has some power.
One right next to him is the Ferk boy. That's up in your neck of the woods. That's a pretty sharp looking steer as well.
Yes. I guess at this time we should probably give a shout out to some more of our sponsors. We did this yesterday. We tried to touch on all the banners that we can see around the ring, traveling around the circle there. definitely, again, like to say thanks to Sunglow Feeds, a great company, great products.
Yep, for sure. They, as we said, what they do in terms of just the time and energy that they donate, and then the monetary side as well. And I know they sponsor that showmanship that they do on Friday afternoon, and I think it was record turnout for that. I know they divide this pavilion up into 4 quadrants, and it's an all-day project basically to get through the showmanship here at the Beef Expo.
Yeah, and that's awesome. We all know how important it is to get your animals presented and shown right. Something else we're going to mention at this time for those of you who are interested, right before they pick champions overall, they're going to auction off the backdrop. So me and Noel were checking that out yesterday morning, the impressive backdrop over there for the photos.
Right, yeah, that's a pretty, as we were talking about, that's definitely an upgrade from we were showing. I mean, it used to be the old blue banner with a wood sign hanging there, and you get up there to take your picture, and next thing you know, some little kid's got his head stuck through the banner and in the back of your ground
right.
your
They
picture.
always had trouble keeping those together. So, yeah, quite an upgrade. And so if you want to take that home, you sure can if you're going to be the highest bidder. And all the profit or proceeds from that is going to go for exhibitors, for education. That's a scholarship fund. So, really,
awesome.
Nothing better than that, helping these kids. We all know college isn't getting any cheaper, is it?
Well, I thought it was supposed to be free.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Depends on who you vote for.
Who do you think Matt Laudner will vote for?
I'm thinking he leans red.
I think that's a pretty safe bet, and I think he'll tell you that.
But no, that's a great deal, and they're going to auction those off. So, if you're interested in that, why don't you give us a call, 515-341-3083. I'll get you in the right direction.
All right, here, judges step back to the middle of the ring. We're going to make a circle and take these steers out of Class 1, Division 3 for a lap. See how we like them, see what we can find here.
If a person would happen to buy that backdrop, Noel, do you think we could get an autograph from somebody famous like Brad Hook or something?
Oh, boy, it might cost extra to get his autograph.
That's what I'm worried about.
I bet the judges would sign it for free, but I bet Brad Hook, that might cost a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm scared of, but it'd be pretty cool.
What about, you suppose if we sign it, if anybody pay more for it? Or?
I think that might devalue it a little bit.
We're in the wrong direction.
I don't think that's what they're looking for.
Oh, shucks.
But there are some famous people around here.
You betcha.
And here we go around the outside.
Hey, I got to give props to this young lady with the white calf. She got the black lead strap and definitely not distracting.
It's very...
that calf's probably not going to win the class, but I give her props for her presentation and the show halter for sure.
Right. I agree with you that it's less distracting. When the black strap's flopping around, we don't notice it as much.
Yep. Blends right in with her shirt there.
How about that third to last year? I know you mentioned him earlier.
Yep, that's Carter Firk there from up there in northern Iowa.
Is that going to be our booth favorite?
Well, he's definitely in one of the 2 or 3 on the top end, I think. As we work through these cattle, I bet he gets slid to the front of the line and, for some closer inspection for sure.
It's fun sometimes, there'll be a calf win a show and then somebody doesn't win the show and they'll come out and talk about being the crowd favorite.
Oh, yeah, that's happened more than once. But that's kind of hard to determine, isn't it?
I think it is. I'm not sure how you know that, but somehow you do. There's some of cattle sales where they do actually let the crowd vote, and they do determine a crowd favorite, like on bull sales and things?
Yeah, I think a lot of those, more production-type sales or the breed sales, sometimes all the breeders that have an entry in the deal will get one vote, and they kind of decide it that way, so it's not just one man's opinion, and they can either determine the sale order that way or, again, just a crowd favorite.
That's kind of a neat way of doing it.
Yeah, I know Denver used to do a thing in the mains where they had a voting system like that, and the winner would get a pretty good prize. I mean, it was several thousands of dollars at one time.
All right, we're down to the Final Four,
yep,
just
down
like
to
the
4
basketball
here.
Tournament.
Hey, that's to be right around the corner, won't it, March?
What do you think? Iowa State going to make it to the Final Four this year?
Yeah, let's hope they win, huh? Hopefully the Hawkeyes lose and the Clones win. That's all I hope
I'd be
for.
okay with that. I'm sure some of the listeners would disagree with us.
Yeah, you got guys like Jeff Paulson that just got Hawkeye fever, and I just can't understand it.
I did take some pleasure in, I do have him on Snapchat, and I noticed, I don't know if you know, Noel, but Iowa broke a record in basketball this year. They were the biggest upset in the history of sports lines. They were, I think, over a 30-point favorite at home against a team I don't know their name, and I think Mr. Paulson was there and making some comments about it. It was enjoyable for us Iowa State fans.
Hey, well, there you go. Well, shout out to Bump. He was a basketball player back in his day. If you know Jeff at all and know his nickname Bump, he can tell you the story of how he got it while he was playing basketball. But anyway, we got her down to 2 here, and again, these are kind of the 2 we talked about when they came in the class there on our side of the ring. Mr. Carter Firk there in the front, and Mr. Blaine Beatty right behind him. Looks to me as we take a look, there's a made to order, and Here I Am steer. Judges are going to take another quick look and talk about them. Little gesture in. Here we go. Bing, bing.
All right.
Ryan Haber picked another winner.
Winner.
Get this final duo of them as we kind of sorted them down here to the top end. And to be quite honest with you, these 2 cattle are out here because they're the best in terms of their ability to combine muscle, body, and structure. With that being said, there's still one that kind of separates himself and combines that into a freshness, good-looking type of a package. The calf up front, so much better about his crest, how his neck comes out the top side of his shoulder, and just so much more attractive up front. Very, very nice way to get us started. This young man here brings us one that's absolutely just opened up. I mean, he is cracked open, definitely has the muscle and the power we're looking for. And from his shoulder back, he's one that can compete with the one right in front of him. We talked about the one up front just being fresher. He's exactly that. That calf in 2 is one that just already starting to show some crest, maybe a little bit plainer there about his throat latch, but we really like that one from his shoulder back. Here's the issue with the yellow calf. We talk about shoulders back. That's the exact statement that needs to be used here also, because that dude's center body, his rib cage, his hip and hind leg is absolutely spot on, presented to the 9s. But here's the issue. It's all up front in terms of his shoulder design for us personally. Calf kind of sets a shot wider there in terms of the point of his shoulder, kind of wants to turn those front 2 out, and it just kind of throws him out of balance there as you ask the cattle to go. Really just like to redesign that one in his knee, but like I said, a lot of quality in that one just in terms of his hip, hind leg, and body shape. The calf in 4, as you back off of him, if you're ringside and you look at him, you say, hey guys, why isn't that one further up? Because he paints an awesome picture from the side, really nice in his lines and his balance. I challenge you to go get on top of that one. He was the flattest of the initial cattle in terms of the amount of shape and muscle that he had out the backside of his shoulder. The calf that the young lady has here is an absolute meat wagon. I mean, he is opened up. He's almost as wide as he is tall. That guy has a great deal of product to him. But with that being said, that was also his undoing for us. We ask ourselves, how big is he going to get? Where is his end point? What's his market weight going to be? I guess that calf hit us as pretty early maturing, and we'd like to see just more length, more growth, and just a shot more scale. The black and white calf has exactly that. He's longer bodied, longer necked, and better looking, but that calf, he needs to be better off of his rear too. Just got a shot more uncoordinated and a shot straighter there in his hock. The young man's black calf, very basic in his build, ties everything together, but I guess comes to us in just a shot more generic type of a package, a little plainer, a little frailer than the cattle that go right ahead of him. The white flank steer that the young lady's leaving the ring with now really opened up in terms of the amount of muscle that he has, just not good enough in his structure. And then the white steer is one that I guess we just thought was the flattest in terms of his shape, just needed more punch, needed more body. Certainly a very, very nice class of them there, very interesting to break down and talk about.
All right, thanks to Will Coor for his reasons on that class. Appreciate him talking those cattle all the way through so those young exhibitors know how the judges saw them here today.
Absolutely. Very thorough in their comments today. And Class 1, Division 3, now in the books. Class 2, hitting the ring now. Once again there, Mr. Habger, here's your token colored calf for the class.
Color, and more color.
Looks like we got four smoky or peach calves here in this class, and about 4 black ones too. So equal opportunity employers here at the Beef Expo.
Here they come.
There's the young Shala girl filing in there, just pulling into lineup. Ooh, that's a smoking nice calf.
Man. You talked about fluffy ears earlier. Wow, look at those.
He got the radars out, doesn't he? Also talked about nose ring earlier, and there's one, the last one coming in the ring. He's got a little jewelry as well.
I see that. It's, nothing wrong with it. It's a safety thing, really.
Yep, you betcha. Looks like she's not even using it.
Yeah.
Probably just a real gentle, subtle reminder there for him just to behave.
Yeah, if you need it, you need it. That's a good-looking calf behind the ring. Woo.
Yes, for sure.
Oh, there we go. Now we see why he has the ring, just a little edgy.
That's Miss Chloe Rogers. Again, we talked about them yesterday.
She's got him.
She's a tough one, hanging in there. And
well, I feel the young lady's pain there. I've been there, done that.
held on as long as she could. So as they get re-racked here, I know we've kind of kept sharing some stories of our Beef Expos of past, and mostly positive stories, and stories where we kind of came out on top. Let's maybe share a story or two where we didn't come out on top or had maybe not the best Beef Expo experience that we ever did.
We definitely have been on both sides of it, had some success and had some disappointments. I'll tell a story, I guess it's kind of in the middle of the road. It was a success and a disappointment at the same time. One year, I told earlier how I was fortunate to have the reserve champion steer down here a couple times. One of the times was the year that I got beat by Sarah Faber. We were always competitive against each other, and they always did a great job, of course. That year, Sarah had a whole string of really good steers like she always did, and I was lucky to have a good string myself, but I think I had 3 steers, and, we thought 2 of my steers were awfully good, and the third one was just kind of what we called the county fair steer and kind of a backup calf per se. Maybe it wasn't our favorite, and that particular year, the Faber family won the whole show with a steer that they kind of thought was their county fair level steer, and I was reserve overall with what we thought was my county fair level steer, so we had some success, just wasn't with the calf we thought it was going to be.
There you go. Well, that's why you bring them all to the show, because you just never know, do you?
You never know. So that was just one of those kind of funny stories because, we were happy.
Sure.
But I know my dad and everybody's helping us just kind of chuckled because it was definitely not our best calf, and the rest of the season proved that to be true because I don't think he ever did anything again.
Well, it's funny, and that always works 2 ways. So like I was telling earlier, my very first Beef Expo showmanship time, I had a key heifer, and like I said, she won her class here at the Beef Expo. I think I showed her 5 times. Showed her at the Beef Expo. She won her class. I went to a couple other jackpots, and she won her class every time. As I said, she was a May, so she never was the champion, a little younger, but she always won her division, won her class. And the 5th show we went to, back then they had a pretty big jackpot in Jefferson, Iowa. I don't know if you remember that one or not, but they had a ring. It was similar to the pavilion here in terms of its setup, but it was smaller scale and a little dark in there, whatever. But on that particular day, the key heifers, they didn't break them by age. They just lumped them all together, and there was, January's all the way down to May's or June's or whatever they had. 12 of them in that class, and so we started pulling them in, whatever, and the judge that day was Mr. Dan Hogue, and not to throw him under the bus by any means because he's a mentor of mine and ended up being my judging team coach at Blackhawk there, and man, I really respect and have a great friendship with. But anyway, I didn't know him at that time. I was just an 8-year-old kid and started pulling these calves, and he pulled me and shot me to the wall, and then the second heifer he pulled happened to be the heifer that was the grand champion overall at the Beef Expo. So I thought, hey, we're really doing good. I just beat the Beef Expo champion, are on a roll, and keep filing in these cattle. But as I kind of stood there, 8-year-old kid, analyzing the ring, I'm like, I think they're lining these cattle up backwards. I should be on that far end of the ring. Well, he comes to Mike, and we start talking, and, yeah, lo and behold, I wasn't first. I was last out of 12.
Well, I've seen that before too. Sometimes the judges change up, going top to bottom, bottom to top, and
Yep,
confuse
for sure.
the crowd and the exhibitors.
And yeah, and the 8-year-old kid that had won his class every time till then, and then was second, and the Beef Expo champion stood right next to me.
At
So
least
that
you
just
got to feel that joy for a moment.
Yeah, there you go. Here you go. So, but it's also a great humbling experience, and those kind of situations, build some character and life lessons. If you win every time, I don't think that really creates much. And when you win the big one, you definitely don't probably appreciate it quite as much.
The life lessons for sure, and yeah, you got to enjoy the wins when you get them. Young lady out here in front of us, unfortunately, fighting that battle with this calf. I think they're going to maybe get the nose clip out.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get him to the ring here and snub him up and put that nose ring in action here. So
calf's gotten away twice, I do believe.
Looks like Mr. Jake Campbell's got him there. Hopefully, you don't pop him over the edge of the fence.
Yeah, well, let's hope. I'm sure Jake has some choice thoughts for that calf at this moment. That's too bad when that happens. That's a high end.
Yeah,
animal.
that's a high quality calf, and he just not loving the Beef Expo here quite yet. But kudos to that young girl for hanging with it.
Yeah, she's staying tough with it. She's keeping her head up, and I'm not sure, is that rule still in place? No, 3 strikes and you're out? Or?
I don't really know, honestly. Probably is, but I'm not. Haven't followed quite as closely here in the last few years. As you know, you and I maybe aren't quite as tight and don't have as many families showing in this deal, so haven't kept up on the rule book quite as well as I did at one time.
Hopefully we don't have to worry about it. Maybe that nose clip will keep his attention a little better from trying to get away. Going to let him relax and chill out there for a moment.
Hey, as we tune back in here, hold on one second. Miss Lewis, come on over here. Just joining us again for our second interview of the morning. We have one of the Iowa Junior Beef Breed directors here, Mrs. Kim Lewis.
Hi, how are you guys?
Wonderful, wonderful. We're having a great day here. It's been a lot of fun. Guess we can give you some shout-outs and sure appreciate all you do. If you would, just take a second and tell us what's going on down there in the middle of the ring and how the weekend's been going so far.
Yeah, actually it's going really well. I thought yesterday went really smooth, and then today started really smooth also. Honestly, we have so many great volunteers, whether it's lining up cattle or helping in the ring or even helping out with showmanship outside yesterday. The volunteers are really what make this event go really well. So it's just been fun watching it all go down, and we're almost there. We're almost done.
Yep, absolutely. And it's been, as we keep saying, it's been a smooth show. Everything's going well. The wheels are greased properly. And kudos to you and your team. You and Jenny have been doing a great job. And we definitely appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's been a lot of fun, and good job.
Yeah, you
betcha.
guys do an awesome job and blessed with some beautiful weather this weekend.
Oh, yeah. Thursday was average, but it's got better since.
For sure, for sure.
We'll take the sunshine.
Okay.
Thank you much.
All right, so we're working through the class here. Thanks to Kim for stopping in and visiting, and looks like our calf.
And most importantly, taking our lunch order.
Well, yeah, we, anybody knows us, know we don't skip meals. Oh shoot, there he goes.
Oh, that looks like that one hurt.
That's just too bad. I guess
probably hand cramping up a little bit.
We're gonna find out now if that is a rule or not.
Is that the second or third time now?
Number 3.
Okay, I must have missed one of the first ones. Looks like we got an out-of-stater there down. I'm going to snatch it up. I believe that's,
it appears to me, Noel. I mean,
I believe that's the Jart girl caught that calf.
You can tell that calf isn't mean, but he's just nervous and
nervous,
it doesn't take
and
much to set him off.
Kind of like a horse, probably just untrustworthy, and we talked about our horse experiences earlier, so yeah, too bad because that's an awful nice calf, and maybe somewhere down the line he'll straighten out and decide he wants to be a show calf. So we're sorting through and getting them down here. Looks like we're down to 4, maybe 3 now. Whitey's going to come to the lineup, and we'll see what shakes loose here with Rogers calf.
One thing I remember about the calves that I showed that had to have the nose ring, they all had full throttle in the genetic code.
I mentioned that earlier, and I think you were busy talking to one of our cohorts here, but I did mention that earlier, and just one of these other calves got loose, and the docility has sure changed. The full flushes and the full throttles back in the day, they were just a little mean-spirited, aren't they?
They were. Some of those did want to hurt you.
Yeah, and when they kicked, they meant it. They weren't warning you. They were telling you.
Uh-oh, here he goes again. Apparently there's not a 3-strike rule anymore, but speaking of that, that reminds me of a story. Do you remember Mr. Garrett Hartwell that used to help us fit some cattle?
Absolutely, sure do.
So one day, we were out in Nebraska at one of the previous shows, and I had a full throttle steer. Did a lot of winning with him, but I remember Garrett. You remember the younger generation might not remember that back in the good old days, everybody used the big sheep heads to dial in those back legs.
Oh, yeah, you weren't cool unless you fired up the big boys.
So Mr. Hartwell was down there dialing in a back leg. He was very good at it, and one of my full throttle steers decided to kick, and he kicked him squarely in the forehead, and I remember Garrett completely rolled over backwards 360 degrees, kind of shook his head and snapped out of it, and he went right back in. He's tough.
Didn't phase him a bit, huh?
He's tough. Him and his brothers, man. I wouldn't mess with those guys.
Yeah, wowzers. I took one in the head one time from a sale calf. I was up here helping one of my good friends from my youth and one of my college roommates. He was actually my wedding too, Mr. Kendall Bremer. And his family always brought Maine cattle through the week, and the rule for the sale cattle at the Bremer Ranch was we get them good enough to tie up, and not to take anything away from whatever, but that was just how it was. You just brought sale cattle, and they were broke and they were tame, but they weren't not a lot of extra work in them. So we were clipping some deals, and I got stuck clipping the belly, I guess, and put my head where it shouldn't have been. I put it right next to the chute bar, and this heifer kicked, and my head was right between her back leg and the chute bar, and kind of made a little ringing in my ears for a while, but learned my lesson, and we moved on.
You got to be careful. Yeah, those types of things, you learn your lesson quickly because we've all had some bad experiences, and we remember them.
You bet. You don't forget those. I think that's why you spank your kids, right? If it hurts, you remember it next time? Or all right, we got the calf snubbed up. She's got him by the nose and kind of got his attention now, so we got her down to 3 head. We'll see what the judges think, and kind of got him corralled now, and can take a little extra look at that calf. The shallow girl there at the front of the lineup has got a nice black calf. Not sure here who's got the smoky steer. That's Kinsley, maybe.
Not sure who that is either. Oh boy. The problem is once they learn they can get away.
Yeah, it's tough.
They know they can get
away.
Tough
to break them of that.
Man, that steer is powerful. There's a lot.
Wide.
I mean, that young lady's got her hands full because.
Boy, look at that shallow girl just turned to the side because that steer was wanting to go out the gate. And boy, look at him from the side. He's sharp, isn't he?
He is wild fronted and smooth looking. That family does such a good job. Look at their hair and presentation.
Yeah, just second to none, and kudos to them and their crew out back.
I don't think they miss a day in the barn.
And as we said yesterday, obviously the cattle they show are always prim and proper, but they do have a cow herd as well, and they actually, the champion Charlet steer that we talked about yesterday, that was a calf that they actually raised and then sold to another family. So
that's awesome.
Doing it on both sides of the spectrum.
There's good cattle raised all across the nation, but there's a lot of good ones raised right here in this great state.
Absolutely. Well, as we're debating this pair of steers here, just taking a quick peek across the ring again, and looks like they're getting into the heat of the battle over there in the commercial heifer division. Been a strong heifer show as well. And looks like we have a decision. We'll see what the gentlemen think.
And it's exactly what Chance just said to me. Hey, we ain't out here to make the rules. We're here to judge the cattle, and we know that this one's got away. We know that, he's obviously not out here really, wanting to show himself off. But at the same time, when one walks in like that, has that kind of structure and just absolutely floats around the ring, then you step in behind him and it's just mind-blowing how much power and muscle there is in that creature. But I think the distinct difference between these two individuals is this steer up front is better in his shoulder and his knee. When that calf right here, here's the best look we've had of this animal the entire drive. And when one is just that impeccable in terms of his body, his mass, and then to put that much mass on that type of build, I guess, there's a reason that they're messing with him. That one's flat good. I mean, let's be honest. If he acted like that and wasn't good, you wouldn't be out here, sweetheart. Now the calving too, that's taking nothing away from him. I mean, that dude is an absolute freak. I mean, ties his neck crazy high. When he entered that gate there, I thought to myself, there ain't no beating that one, because honestly, it took an absolutely incredible one, and those two are extremely close. Like I said, I think the difference is in their shoulder design. Both of those cattle are huge-footed, awesome structured, and have muscle. This yellow calf we really like to start with. We love that guy's center body, love the shape that he has out the backside of his shoulder. With all that being said, we walked that initial trio there the last time. You step in behind these cattle, those first two steers are so much square and more genuine in terms of their hock design and how they travel away from you than what this steer is, but that's getting awful critical on one that is very, very high quality. The black calf that comes next, we actually switched this pair just because this calf's better in terms of his hind leg design. These two cattle have muscle, have mass, and have look. This calf was just the sounder option of the next two. Like I said, young lady coming around here, we just didn't approve of this hind leg. And the calf kind of wants to pull that in and just get a shot more uncoordinated. But as you work your way up to the top side of his skeleton, super busted open, a lot of product in that individual. The white steer from the side is very intriguing. I like his lines, I like his design, and I like his balance. The problem is, as you step in behind the cattle, he just becomes a shot flatter and more generic in terms of his shape. The black calf coming next, I guess, is one that hit us that could be a potential, to move the way up the line come state fair time. If that calf continues to chub and feed and come into himself in terms of his body, he could definitely make things interesting. He's just too long and hard today. The black calf that comes next, a little out of balance. He's a shot just lower at the point of his shoulder, lower at the point of his chest. Need more body and flank to really just make him proportion correctly from the side. The white steer, just one that we need to redesign in terms of his hip and hind leg. Really stout, good looking, just got to travel better. But he still had more muscle than the smoke steer that's going to round us out. The smoke steer is probably just the most generic in terms of his look and shape, but a steer that still is really nice in his lines, really good about his rib cage. Very, very nice class with an awesome duo there to get us started.
Well, again, up here in the Crow's Nest, this is Ryan Habiger alongside Noel Ernst, and wow, what a pair of steers at the top of that class. What do you think, Noel?
Yeah, those dudes were awful woofy, weren't they? And neither one of them cooperated real well, but at the end of the day, we kind of got them settled in there. And as Will said, just a ton of power and just some minute differences. It's sort of that pair, just in terms of structure and build, I guess. But
yeah, close call there. Two really good ones. Here comes another calf with the nose ring.
You bet. And this one, young man there, he's doing a good job. Probably just more for safety than anything on that one. Calf doesn't look quite as alert as the last one.
Not quite as awake. Here comes Color.
Boy, look at that chubby little dude that just pulled in the lineup.
Man, he is stout and big-bodied. All right, looks like we got a class of 8 steers and more power coming through.
Yes, sir. This is Class 3 of Division 3. Cattle weighing 906 to 950.
I was reading over the judges' bios here a little bit, and Mr. Chance Young that came from Springville, Tennessee, I noticed he got his master's degree from Murray State University.
Oh, wow.
Murray State, if you remember, Noel, is where, you know, I'm an avid Iowa State basketball fan. That's where Mr. Steve Prohm came from.
Yeah.
And
we send him back there?
We sent him back.
Yeah.
We sent him back.
Wow.
I mean, nothing against Steve. He sure came in, tried to do his job, but we were okay with him heading back down the road, and we're excited about our new coach, TJ.
He's getting her done, isn't he?
He is getting her done.
Keeps him fired up.
Yes, Iowa State's not a team anybody wants to see on their schedule. And I know you Hawkeye fans out there will say, well, what about the Hawkeye game? Well,
yeah, what about them?
We already forgot about that one. And speaking of our judges, they're going down the front, checking out that front view.
Speaking of Beef Expo stories that we were talking about earlier that maybe didn't turn out the way we wanted to at the time of Beef Expo, remember one time we had a market heifer up here that, you always have your hopes set high, and remember that year it didn't quite go the way we wanted to, and turned into kind of a funny story later on, and that heifer got a name at the Beef Expo, didn't she?
You must be talking about Snickers, aren't you?
Yeah, that was Snickers for sure.
Snickers was a really nice heat wave market heifer that I found out in the Sullivan pasture, and we sold her to the Kiesel family.
Yep.
Brooke Kiesel was showing her, who anybody in the sheep world especially knows her, very successful, a lot of champions, great family there.
Yeah, I remember we came to Beef Expo, like I said, with high hopes. Josh Elder came over to shoot, helped us get her dialed in, bring her to the ring. And
Charlie Wilson at the time was working there.
Yep.
He put the smoke on her, and she looked the part. And we came into the ring, and like you said, we had some high hopes. And the judge was what, Mr. Randy Daniels?
Yeah, Mr. Randy Daniels was judging that day. And I must have just been a weird time. It was after a lunch break or just whatever, just kind of a weird lull in the show. And he was kind of just hanging out over on the side of the ring.
I remember that. I think he was, trying to get a little sugar in him, get the blood sugar back up. He was eating a Snickers.
Yeah, he just sitting over there chomping on the Snickers bar, and class didn't turn out quite how we had hoped. Would she come in fourth or fifth?
I think so. Yeah, she kind of, in our opinion, kind of got overlooked. Maybe got missed.
Yeah. He was eating his Snickers and wasn't really paying attention to our heifer, and from then on, that heifer was known as Snickers, wasn't she?
Yeah, we immediately named her Snickers, and she did go on to get a little bit of redemption. She won some shows and beat some steers along the way, and then eventually was retired at the Exarban. She was named reserve overall market heifer at the Exarban that year.
Yep. So there again, just a testament to the quality here at the Beef Expo. It doesn't matter how you do today. Keep your head up and keep in the game, keep grinding, and good things can happen the rest of the year for you.
That's right. There's a lot of cattle here that are good cattle that aren't going to go to the backdrop with a banner, but are good ones that the kids aren't going to give up on. They're going to go on and do some winning. And speaking of that backdrop, I'd like to mention again, before the championship selections, they're going to auction off the actual backdrop being used here today. So all the calves have been pictured at that really fancy, I don't know how big that thing is.
Well, I was just looking at that myself. I'm guessing that's probably about 10 foot tall, and I think Diane Hamilton told me that was 18 foot wide. Not quite 20. So
wow, that'd look pretty cool in somebody's barn, I think.
Yes, it'd be an excellent backdrop, like you said, especially with prominent cattleman's signature on it.
Absolutely. That backdrop's going to be auctioned off, and the high bidder will take it home, and the money is going to go to the Exhibitor for Education Fund, which is a scholarship fund for, as you can imagine, exhibitors. So we're happy to see that being put into action.
Judges working through this class fairly rapidly. Appeared to be that's pretty placeable class here and pretty logical breakdown, and got her sorted down to these two pretty quick.
That steer closest to us, Noel, what do you suppose his name is? Meat and Taters?
Something, yeah.
He's
got it built into him, doesn't he? The one right in front of him is no slouch. Boy, he's a big square-topped and wide-pinned one, and
They're going to pull meat and taters up into that front spot. Big-footed and
like the power.
Bold sprung.
I believe that's that Tarks boy. That family had champion Charlotte yesterday.
That are honestly the same type and kind. Me and Chance were joking around about the gentleman that's going to show this first place one. The calf comes off a shot moderate, but it also probably don't help that the young man that's showing him is about 6'3" and taller than I am. But that calf is awesome in terms of his build, really loose in his spine. You study that guy, he's better in his foot shape than the calf in two. He's also more expressive in his muscle, and then he's also tighter and just more attractive about his throat latch. That's the subtle differences between two moderate busted open ones that certainly have the amount of power, muscle that we're looking for. Like I said, calf and two, reconstruct him a shot up front in terms of his foot shape, maybe make him just ever so slightly a shot more attractive about his head and just his throat latch there. Very critical on two very high quality ones there. Really nice pair of them to go ahead and start us off. The smoke calf that comes next, he's in 3 because of his fundamentals of body shape, mass, and combining that with structure. He don't have quite the pop, quite the extras of the initial 2 cattle. Still really functional in terms of his build. He beat the black calf just in terms of his open, how opened up he is, right, in terms of his heart and the bottom of his forerib down there. He's a calf that also read maybe a shot easier doing back through his flank and a shot chubbier. Black calf's long, extended, really stout up high. We just got to stay more genuine at the ground in terms of his width. This white calf from his shoulder back, we actually like quite a bit. I told Chance, we were talking about he's just a shot more jammed up front, and through his head shape, his throat, and then down through his chest and his shoulder. We just need to make all that blend and just be a shot more attractive up front. But that dude from his shoulder back is very good. Young man here next, I mean, that one is long and big. There's no doubt about it. Love that guy's foot and just the amount of bone that he has, and still able to get out and move relatively well with that much mass at the ground. Our problem is just his body and his flank red, just a shot greener, just needs just a more time on feed. That calf will continue to get better if he continues to chub. Young ladies, black calf is an absolute freak. When he throws that neck up, you're like, whoa. I mean, that thing is a mile long and definitely one that has the muscle that we're looking for. We just struggled to call that calf sound enough off of either end of his skeleton. And then the boy's calf that's going to round us out, the calf that looks really nice parked, but the problem with him is he kind of fell out of balance when we asked the cattle to go maybe a little straighter in his shoulder, a little tighter in his spine. Very nice class of cattle there all the way down to very nice ones there to get us started.
Yes, sir, Mr. Will Cooler. That was a nice class of steers as well, and a good one on the top side. That, again, was Class 3 in Division 3. Coming in the gate now will be our 4th and final class of this division.
Looks like we're going to take a short break.
So intermission. The judges are going to take a quick 5 to recharge and get straight here.
They better get ready because the quality isn't going to stop.
Nope. We're going to keep coming at them hot and heavy.
So speaking of our judges, we talked a little bit about Chance Young there and getting his master's degree at Murray State. He's from Springfield, Tennessee. Our other judge, Will Cooer, now resides in Greenfield, Ohio. He's originally from North Carolina, and he went to a college I think you know about a little bit, Noel, Blackhawk East.
You betcha. Everybody went to Blackhawk, don't you know?
Well, apparently.
Yeah, it's funny how the world works. When I was a kid, it didn't. We talked about the first time I ever showed here at the Beef Expo, and actually the judge that day was a young college grad himself, Mr. Jack Ward, kind of still a little bit wet behind the ears. But anyway, I won my class, and I looked up to him, and I just loved listening to him and the way he talked about cattle. And lo and behold, I didn't know at that time, but several years later when I got into high school and then went to college, I found out that he had went to Blackhawk. And once you there's several great institutions around the country, but especially at Blackhawk, once you get there and you learn the culture and then you learn the history of all the great people in the livestock industry that have been there before and then after you, it's a brotherhood that's pretty cool, and glad to be a part of it for sure.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know, like you said, a lot of people have gone through the doors there and learned a lot from the great Mr. Hogue and others.
For sure, yeah. My generation was Dan Hogue, and then, of course, Lee Denzer. He was kind of our landlord, and we like to give Lee plenty of shit along the way, but he was a good egg, too, and appreciate all the life lessons and the things that those guys instilled in me and my comrades in my time there.
All right, looks like our judges are back out into the arena.
Oh, Mr. Hook is helping one of the young ladies at ringside. Looks like she needs a little camera adjustment. He's getting her camera dialed in for her.
Oh, yeah, he's teaching over there, I'm sure.
Yeah. Looks to me like it's a Canon product, and that's right up his alley.
He's a big Canon guy, is he?
Yeah, he's a Canon guy. Myself, you and me, we kind of run the Nikons, and not that we're professionals by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, people do pay us now.
Well, I'm saying on the technical side, I'm no wizard in terms of mechanics of a camera, but yeah, we do quite a little photography, and it's pretty fun. And we're Nikon guys. He's a Canon guy, I know, and whatever. Just like show cattle, you might be an Angus guy, or you might be a club calf guy.
You might like using the Weaver comb, and I might like using the Sullivan comb. Just difference in tools.
Yep.
Preferences.
For sure.
But yeah, a little shameless plug. I guess we can throw it out there, Noel. Noel Ernst, he does a lot of photography and videography on all species, cattle, sheep, goats, and myself, Ryan Habiger, I do too. We live in different regions and parts of the state, and so I kind of cover the northern territory, and he hits the southern territory, or whatever works out with our schedules. So if you ever need some of that, give us a holler.
For sure, for sure.
You can find our contact information, at least for a little bit longer, at showstockplanet.com.
There you go. Hey, another nice classic crossbred steers here, and maybe not 10 head in the ring, just looks like 6 in this class, but still a lot of quality. Well, look at that last calf that's hit the ring. That's old TG3 there.
Wow.
Mr. Tyson Gretzka,
Talk about a complete package.
Yep,
there's a calf that's very well balanced. His proportions are good.
Yes.
Is he a little bit moderate for his weight, do you think?
Well, he might be. I don't know. He's probably as wide as he is tall, maybe. And, Tyson's a little bit like me. He's a bigger, taller gentleman. So, that maybe makes the calf look just a little shorter. But definitely a burly-looking, good-looking dude. I think that one probably came from his Uncle Tracy. I saw him cranking his tail there as they came through the ring and giving him one last little fluff up on the hindquarters there.
High quality, and as you'd expect from that operation, presented to, what does the judge say, the 9s?
Yep, to the 9s. We've heard a lot this weekend, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Yeah, not a hair out of place on that guy.
Will Coor's been very appreciative of the presentation, and, there's some high-level fitters, some of the best in the nation right here at the Iowa Beef Expo.
Have you seen Kirk Steerwalt yet?
I haven't seen Kirk walking around yet. But
I saw a deal, and I'm not a big Facebook or whatever, but I saw something pop up on the internet. I know there's all sorts of websites and whatnot, but somewhere there was a voting, and he would have been voted the best fitter of all time, I guess.
Well, he's one of those guys that's been doing it a long time and doing it well, and he's kind of one of the ones that made, made the fitting techniques the way they are today so popular.
A real innovator and, just a technician, and when he was at his, younger age and getting started, I know this was on one of Matt's podcasts, I believe, back in the day, but even as I said, back in the 80s when I was a kid and going to these shows, he was one of the guys you look up to and watch, and, different type of cow, different type of hair back then, but for sure he was right in the mix of making them maxed out and looking their best at all times.
Yeah, I had the good fortune when I was young. My dad sent me and another young man, Jeff Ruby, down to one of Kirk's fitting camps, so we went on a plane to Oklahoma, which was a pretty big deal at the time to me anyway, and flew down there and got to stay in their little bunkhouse and be part of the camp, and sure learned a lot and had a lot of fun, met some kids from across the country.
Absolutely. Yep, that's another one of those places, just like a good livestock show. You just get to meet a lot of people and make a lot of connections that stick with you for the rest of your life. Probably a little another Kirk Steerwalt connection later on down the road. You guys had another little connection in the sheep world, didn't you? Yeah, that was kind of a neat story. So at that time, I was trading quite a few lambs, as they say it, and going out and finding them, placing them with families, and lamb that I had landed on actually at Iowa State Fair time ended up being shown down at Louisville by a different family, and at that time got connected with the Steerwalts and the crew that was helping them, and
they took that lamb home, and he ended up being the grand champion at the National Western.
Yeah, pretty cool there. That's a cool story for sure. I think that was maybe one of the years that his daughter Kyra showed the lamb and Kai showed a steer. They won the steer show and the lamb show
They
the
did
same
that
year.
year. Yeah, I wasn't lucky enough to get to be out there to watch it, but yeah, they won the grand champion steer and the lamb at Denver, the granddaddy of the Super Bowl.
Awesome. That's a cool story. Cool story. And Kirk Steerwalt, for those of you who don't know, I'm sure we all do, but he's resides in Oklahoma now, but he was an Iowa native, grew up an Iowa farm boy just like we did here, and sure can appreciate the Expo as well, as if you hear stories of him talking over the years. Just got done talking some heifers. We're going to talk steers here. Congratulations to TG3 for winning this Class 4 in Division 3.
Crosses, and to be dead honest with you, this young man brought a gun to a knife fight. There's no debating it. This is where we need to land, and there was never a conversation. Awesome presentation, very, very high quality animal. We'll break him down in division there as we get him back out here. The young man in the vest that comes next, he landed in 2 because in our opinion of the remaining cattle, he was probably just the next best option in terms of fundamentals of body and muscle. We thought he was a better footed option than the calf in 3, and just kind of blended everything together a shot better. Still don't have the umph for the bells and the whistles to run with that initial one. Young man in 3, really long and attractive up front, stout out of his hip. He's also a little low and round there in his pin set, maybe a little straighter in his hock. A calf that has a really nice kind of body design and a really attractive look. The baldy calf that comes next, young lady does a very nice job of getting him stuck and put together. The problem is when we ask the cattle to go, he just gets a shot too straight off of either end of his skeleton, but he still had more body and more doability than the calf that comes next. Young lady in the green shirt has one that is really opened up. I mean, that is a big-backed animal that definitely has a lot of product. We thought he cut up into his flank pretty hard, maybe needed a shot of forerib to make his shoulder blend a shot better. And then the black and white calf that rounds us out, probably, the same type of way in terms of the type and kind of his body, just a little bit harder. But we also thought that he was probably a shot straighter than the one right in front of him. That's why he got turned down to the bottom. But that young man still has a very attractive one that's good haired and good lined and very well presented about his top line and tail head.
Well, there you go. Class 4 Division 3 is in the books, and we're going to bring our class winners back out here now to pick our champion. Pretty easy class winner, sound like, in that class. Mr. Coor didn't break him down too much, just said, boy, there was one to latch on too quick, and bring him back in the lineup and see how he stacks up with the others.
Yeah, he's a good one. He caught your attention right away on the corner here, and mine as well, and rose right to the top there.
So here as they come to the ring, Class 1 out of this division winner was Carter Firk. Class 2 was Chloe Rogers. Class 3 there right behind her was Maxwell Tarks. And again, Class 4 winner, Mr. Tyson Gretzka.
Not to jinx it, Noel. Looks like so far our unruly calf is cooperating to the moment anyway.
Yeah, way to go. Way to jinx him. Yeah, hopefully that goes well for that young lady. Hey, look here, Class Division 3, we got all black calves representing this division.
Wow, I think, is that a first?
It might be. It might be. Well, that's a powerful set of steers. Just like you'd expect to get into this weight range in this division of crossbreds.
Yeah,
obviously.
you knew heat was coming in this division, and, man, they brought it. Very similar cattle, just power, power, power.
Going to be tough probably tough for us to go out on a limb and make a prediction from up here in the crow's nest on this group.
Yeah, we better be careful. From this view, you could land on any of those because they all have that shape and lower quarter and stifle and hip.
Absolutely. I will say, though, if we talked about some big fluffy ears earlier, and if you're going to judge them just by their ears, Mr. Tyson Gretzky here closest to us, he's got the biggest, fuzziest ears in this lineup.
I think he's got that advantage. They should have some fun this summer growing the hair on that guy.
Well, once again, after we pick champion here in Division 3, we'll start up into Division 4. There will be 4 classes there in Division 4 as well, and that'll be our final division of crossbred steers, and then after that we'll pick our champion in the crossbred division.
Yeah, and how fun's it going to be at the end to go for the overall?
Oh, it's going to be a blast, isn't it? I mean, just getting through the crossbred steers will be fun to watch these division winners go back at it, but I don't know about you, but even as I was laying in bed last night, I just kept thinking about that main steer and how he was going to stack up today.
I know it. I was excited for that family. Myself, I actually saw the dad in the motel lobby last night, and I congratulated him, gave him the thumbs up, said, man, that main steer, awful nice.
Yeah, but nothing to take away from those other breed champions. Yesterday, I know the key steer with the white simp on his nose is awful good too, but just that main drive, like every class,
just
even
the whole division.
Even the little lightweight class there that, that Grayson Belcher had, that steer was awfully good. And every class in that main steer was just super tough and super competitive, and just a lot of really, really good ones.
Yeah, that was awesome. But like you said, too, all the breeds yesterday were represented well. All the champions of each breed definitely are going to hold their own out there, too.
I agree. So as the judges converse there a little bit more, we're going to maybe take them for another walk. Yep.
Here we go.
Money time.
Money time.
Looks like, if I'm reading my paper correctly, that first young man there, Carter Firk, that calf was sired by Made to Order. The Class 2 Chloe Rogers calf there with the ring in his nose is a Here I Am. The Tarks calf out of Class 3 is a Here I Am. And then, of course, the Gretzky steer there at the end is also a Here I Am.
All right, now we're going to get a good look at him on our corner in the crow's nest coming around. And that nose ring steer is one stout animal.
He is wide, isn't he? Big-legged, big feet.
He carries it all the way down to the floor.
Well, I think that's, if you remember in class, the judge said that. He commented about how he maintained his width front to rear and top to bottom.
That fourth steer there, the Gretzky steer, you just have to love the athleticism that he has.
Yes, very flexible in terms of his skeleton. Well, you just take a little look over there at the second places. That's no slouch lineup either, is it?
That's a good lineup. You could walk in and not know what's going on and think that's the first place lineup. Wow.
For sure. Yeah, again, that Shala calf there that was second place in that Class 2, boy, he's a powerful dude.
Yeah, that's a good calf. I mean, that was a class where you could almost flip a coin. Just depends on which way you want to go.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the way these guys have appreciated the second place or reserves, I mean, wouldn't shock at all if he rolls over there and can get a piece.
Keeps them together, sure. Well, like you said, I sure appreciate these guys taking the time and analyzing them and breaking them down and giving them the extra look and not just leaning on the side chomping on a Snickers bar.
Right. They are thorough. They really haven't missed on anything that we could see.
No, nothing blatant, I don't say. In my expert opinion,
Right. Expert opinion, of course. I mean, we do appreciate the duo. I mean, they've worked well together.
Right.
I don't know how well those guys know each other. I really don't. But
well, I don't either. They might be best friends. They might have never met before. I'm not sure, but they do. Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work, and they definitely have performed well together. And I think over as we just peek across on the heifer side, I think Mr. Copeland and Mr. Harker have been getting along quite well over there and pretty efficient as well.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job, and those guys obviously been around the block and know what they're doing.
Yeah, I don't know how the numbers shook out exactly. Traditionally, there's probably a few more breeding heifers showed at the Beef Expo than the market side, but if we just look at the way the classes are breaking down and coming through the ring here, I think both these shows are probably looking to maybe end similar in terms of time frame. Maybe just a little longer on the heifer show, but not too long.
Just the whole crew and the judges all doing a great job.
So here we are. You see Mr. Coor there taking a look at the Shala calf there out of the second class, second place, and turning around, giving him a good eye down.
Yeah, he's definitely in contention. There's no doubt about it. That's as good a pair of steers as any pair we've seen through the whole show.
Tension's high again here. You can just feel the buzz kind of around the crowd.
Yep. And judges are having some good discussion. I just really appreciate how those judges have checked the calves out from every angle. You know, some judges, you know, that might lean back on the fence and such. These guys are digging in, getting up on them, and getting on every side of them.
Yeah, getting right after it. And there again, Chance going in for a close inspection. He's done that several times, and as we talked about, he doesn't leave any corner of the ring untouched here. He's getting it all. And just one more time for you at home, maybe just tuning in or not followed all day. Our lead judge is Mr. Will Coor. He's the taller gentleman there in the gray sports jacket. And then the young man there with the navy jacket and the longer hair there, that is Mr. Chance Young from Springfield, Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, not that Will isn't getting his steps in, but Chance is getting his steps in. I don't know if he's got his pedometer on, but, I mean, he's got his hair back out of his face, not in his way. He's ready to go.
He's got her going on. Very good duo, as you said, and like I said, just appreciate all the conversations and the interactions that they have with each other. And this, obviously, as we talked about, it's not an easy decision, so there's probably a lot of debate, and, you know, just the minute differences between this good set of cattle is something you could really talk about for a long time.
Oh, yeah, they might be seeing things a little differently and explaining to each other what their thoughts are. And like I said, when you and I do a judges show, I'm bringing the AirPods along. I mean, we can cover more ground that way.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, a walkie-talkie might be a little cumbersome. I just stick the AirPod in my ear. Little shrug of the shoulder there from Chance, so I think he's probably saying to Will, you could probably go either way on this.
Yeah, either way, do what you got to do. Getting a little bit out of line there. We kind of got to steer a little cockeyed.
Just wanted to show off that big quarter.
I guess, and he does have that. Oh,
we got some hand clapping going. That means it's tough. Tough decision.
He's kind of biting his lip, looks like to me, from up here maybe.
Yeah, it's a coin flip. You can tell. It's a really tough decision.
Well, at this juncture, you ready to go out on a limb and make a wager or place your bets? Or
I'm going to toss my hat in the ring and go with nose ring.
Yeah, but that's a pretty safe bet, I'd say. I mean, again, sure wouldn't shock me if a different one wins because it's awful close, but
absolutely.
It's an awfully good steer.
If you're going to make me go out there and, you know, try to please the people and be wrong or whatever, I'm going to go with the nose ring calf. I think they're debating reserve.
Yeah, I mean, these things are flat incredible. To be honest with you, I'm sure Chance probably thought the same thing. If you would have looked at me 2 years ago and said, hey, you're going to have the opportunity to sort the Iowa Beef Expo steers, I would have called you crazy. With that being said, ever since I got the phone call and I called that gentleman down there in the blue jacket, I called him for a couple reasons, but the first and foremost was because I knew of his evaluation ability, and I wanted somebody out here that I could talk to about things, and we could talk about and discuss the differences. To be honest with you, we don't know what we're going to do yet, and I told him we'll hop on the mic, I'll talk about them, we'll walk them one more time, and we'll go pick them. So that's what we're going to do. The young man up front, he won that class because he was more attractive, better about his crest, better about his throat latch. We get him back out here. That calf doesn't have enough just punch right behind his blade today to compete with the calf right behind him or, you know, the calf further down the line. That calf is impeccable in terms of his structure, very, very highly presented. And that's the sad part to me because I have a 2.5-year-old son at home, and if I got the opportunity to feed and clip and show one like that, I would be tickled to death. But today he just doesn't have enough power to run with a couple of these others. The steer had a class 2 here that gave us such a hard time within that class. You know, he comes back out here. He's finally showing himself the best that he has. We used him within that particular class because he was better about his shoulder design, better in his knee, and just used the front part of his skeleton better. That calf is absolutely impeccable in terms of his build, in our opinion. awesome at the ground. You study that one, how he hits the ground, how his feet are so square, his joints are good. I mean, absolutely, you know, just next level in terms of his build, his spine, his muscle, everything about that calf reads of quality. Now, if you're going to say, hey, you know, where's your one issue, or where's, like, you know, that one tweak, but the problem is when they're this good, you know, you kind of do have to break them down. Maybe just a shot shorter fronted out here, you know. That's not the longest necked one. That's not the highest tie-in one, you know, out here. And if you're going to say, hey, that one's a shot shorter about, you know, the length of his neck, we're not going to argue with you. But the problem is he's really clean about his neck, really good about his chest. So, you know, is that really an issue is the question. You know, for us, you know, you're just kind of splitting hairs and talking the differences. The young man that came out of Class 3 there, we talked that calf, that's the meat wagon. I mean, that's the meat and potatoes steer. That's bulky. I mean, he's wide built, cracked open. For us, of these 4 animals that are lined up back out here for our class winners, he's the one that reads the quickest in his maturity pattern. He's the one that, in our opinion, maybe is just a shot on the smaller side in terms of his length and scale. The class winner there in Class 4, he came out of that class and honestly came out of that class with guns a-blazing. He blew away that class just in terms of sheer quality. We get that calf back out here, and that is one massive creature. You step in behind him, that dude's pin set is literally 5-6 inches wide, super opened up. Ties really, really good there out of his shoulder. He's probably more extended than the calf in 2, probably not quite as good in terms of his jaw as the calf in 2, but still a calf that probably honestly is more extended, a calf that is just absolutely awesome in terms of his body shape, where we like to study this one, and where, in my opinion, he's so good as you study this angle right here, 3/4 view of how that guy is shaped, turn, freshness, and body all sits in him, and he does that with the right kind of shoulder. You know, these things are good, guys, and to be quite honest with you, it hurts my feelings that we have to get out here and criticize cattle that are this good, because honestly, you know, it takes talent to put them together. It takes, you know, a lot of planning and a lot of, you know, everything to raise cattle of this quality. With that being said, we got to pick one, you know, and we're going to rewalk them, talk it a little bit more betwixt ourselves, and go out and show you the 2 that we like the best. Let's give these exhibitors, breeders, all these guys a big round of applause. We'll go show you the 2 that we like.
Well, we're going to take him for another spin here, and appreciate Will's comments there as he talked through these 4 class winners in this 3rd division.
Yeah, they really broke them down there, and I like how he concurred with me on that Class 3 steer, old meat and potatoes.
Old meat and potatoes,
yeah,
you betcha, for sure.
He called it.
Nice job there.
All right.
And I think, again, just credit to these guys and kudos to them for, you know, doing their due diligence. And, again, just understanding the gravity of the situation right here. We're in the heat of the battle, Crossbred's Division 3, and, you know, just understanding the moment they're in and wanting to be super comfortable in the choice that they make.
Yeah, they're spending the time on them, and that's much appreciated. I'm still going to lay my chips on the nose ring calf, but it sounds like they are pretty high on the Gretzky calf as well.
Yep, I agree with you there. And, again, you can't go wrong with any of them, but just some small, subtle differences. And like Will said, it's a shame to have to break the cattle down and be discouraging towards any of them, but at the end of the day, never created a perfect one yet. And so just being able to see those things and describe those subtle differences is what makes it fun being out there in the middle of the ring. Here goes Chance. You found him. Going to find Mr. Ring Nose there, Miss Chloe Rogers, champion here in Division 3. Now it's going to be another tough choice here because here comes that Shallow Girl.
Yeah, that's a good calf coming in for contention. They're going to talk about it.
For sure they will.
I wanted to hop back on the mic right quick because me and Chance, while we were studying these 4, we also talked about that duo there within that class and talked about how high quality was. That young lady brings that calf back out here, and he's the freakiest one of all of them. There's no doubt about it. He is wild looking, definitely has the muscle, the body, and the punch. You know, you ask yourself, you know, in today's day and game, when you got one down here standing on the end, that, you know, that has the same type of muscle and product is that one that comes back out here that was second. We called him out just a little bit just in terms of his shoulder and knee, wanting him to just get out of his front end ever so slightly, just a shot better, you know, and I think that's that's what dictates this decision. You ask yourself, do you go with the freak that offers the biggest and the wildest pieces, or do you go with the one that's just ultra good in terms of his build, in terms of how everything fits together? That's kind of the decision out here. We'll go show you the one that we like.
There we go, Gretzka, reserve.
Congratulations, Mr. Tyson Gretzka, reserve champions, crossbred steer in Division 3.
Man, what a division. Again, we've been saying that so many times, but what are these guys going to do when they get out in the end? Woo!
Yeah, that's quite a fun division there to work through, and boy, I bet it's fun for those guys to be standing, right there in the middle of the ring and just seeing them eye to eye level.
Yeah, they got to be loving it.
That's why we show, right?
That's why we show, and that's why those guys traveled as far as they did. They surely knew what they were getting themselves into.
Absolutely. And then as we were talking a little bit earlier, we didn't really know maybe if there was a personal connection there. We, we're just saying how we saw how well they worked together. And as Will said there on the mic, they actually do know each other. And when they talked before they came, they were excited to come work with each other and enjoy the weekend. So a little bit of background there.
And hey, look, we got color.
More color here as we start Division 4, Class 1, and looks like more quality coming right in the ring too again here as well.
Yes, there is. Who's that young man with the black steer just came through the gate?
That's Mr. Drew Jacobson. Saw him yesterday, and he had that baldy steer from Bucky Neal.
Wowza.
Yeah,
that's a good-looking
that is a sharp dude there, isn't he?
I'm going to wait till they all pull around the corner, and I might just go ahead and lock that in.
That might be a safe bet. Don't quote me here, but I think that calf's had some success in the show ring here before at some other shows leading up to the Iowa Beef Expo.
All right, let's go ahead and call him the booth favorite for the time being.
All right, he's going to be the favorite here for the time being, but, nothing's safe in this particular crossbred division. That's an awful nice peach steer there that the DeVries girl just pulled in as well.
Not much wrong with him either.
No, that's a good-looking calf.
It's pretty awesome how now with the genetics, and I know you're a breeder on these, Noel, that you've been able to get the softness to go with that muscle. How do you think that's come so far?
Well, it's a lot of dedication for, like you said, the guys breeding them, and kudos to them. And obviously we have a ton of cattle here and a ton of good ones, but it doesn't come easy. That's the amount of things you have to learn and the amount of cattle we have to sacrifice to get to these good ones along the way is sometimes discouraging. But when it all clicks and fits together and you get that one, it sure makes it worth it from the breeder perspective.
Yeah, it's awesome how far the industry's come. Look at that. Chance was wiping his brow there. He's looking at those two steers going, whoa. We just got done going through that division, and look, they're doing it to me again.
Yeah, it doesn't let up at the Iowa Beef Expo for sure.
And those two really good steers just happen to be right next to each other.
Well, that's the place to be if you're going to compare them this soon. They'd be standing right next to each other, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Got any other beef expos of your stories you'd like to share? Anything? Or?
There's a lot of memories over the years. I guess I can't think of anything jumping out at me. The biggest thing is just you remember, like you talked about, the friendships and stuff. Sometimes at Beef Expo and State Fair, that's about the only couple times a year you see certain people that you do consider them good friends, but that's about the only time you get to visit.
Well, and exactly, and as we've kind of alluded to here, at one time you and I traded a lot more cattle and we're a little more involved in the clipping and the getting to the shows every weekend, and here the last 4 or 5 years with just family and kids, and just the way we do business is kind of focused into the sheep and goat side of the equation with our online sales stuff. And especially here at the Beef Expo, I've been here every year, but haven't. I don't think I brought my clipper box for 4 or 5 years now, and so just not in it, but still. You see people that you've known forever, and it's fun to talk to them. And over there in the bullpen, everybody kind of gathers up at night and just can do some reminiscing, and it's like a family reunion almost.
We've spent some time over there. We used to have the Show Stock Planet booth we would set up every year, and it was a good time to visit with people and try to book some sales and stuff. But yeah, I mean, we've had some quality time over at the bullpen.
Yep, it's been a fun place, and again, the weather couldn't be any better here for this weekend. I know sometimes it's pretty treacherous, and as Kim said, Thursday it wasn't looking too promising with the snow coming, but things straightened out, and the good Lord gave us a fun weekend to show cattle here in Des Moines.
Yeah, beautiful out, and everybody utilizing their tents to their advantage. And here comes those last 2 steers around the corner. Let's check them out here.
Yeah, those 2 are pretty powerful. Nothing wrong with that second calf in the lineup as well.
Nope.
I think that's the Pryor boy. That's a pretty nice calf, and I think maybe that's. I think that calf might have come from my old buddy Kendall Bremer. I think
very nice. Another powerful steer. You can
see
all the way down his top. He's big and wide.
You betcha.
All right, we're getting the process started here. We're gonna start at the bottom and work our way up to those top end steers. And just like that, we're down to those 3 steers we were kind of talking about there, and they kind of floated to the top. Now we'll see how they grind it out. Noel, when you got judges like this that aren't scared to look at them from every angle, that's when you hope you had some of your good fitters on the non-show side.
That's right. And as we talked about yesterday, when we were kids, sometimes you had to do the calf yourself. Maybe you had a buddy to help you on one side, too. And nowadays, you got a guy on each leg, a guy in the belly, a guy doing tops, tailheads. It's not uncommon to see 5 or 6 guys around the chute. So pretty important to make sure everybody's on the same page and making sure that they all know the advantages and the faults of each calf so they can show them off properly.
That's right. And I know in our crew it was always, let's make sure the best guys are on the show side. I'm sure that's the same way with a lot of crews. And, the non-show side is pretty important, too.
Is that why I was always on the front left side leg?
I think so. We knew how important it was. It seemed like you were usually had one of the really important jobs, the old tailhead and top line dialing.
Yeah, as I got a little more mature and whatnot, maybe it was my flexibility issues or what, but yeah, I graduated to the top and the tailheads and let the young bucks get down and roll in the dirt.
You were good at getting those tailheads really dialed in and looking the part. That's pretty important.
That was always a fun job. Like I said, I haven't done it for a long time, but again, just I know when we were first starting there, Preston Graves from Missouri, he'd come up and I watched him a lot, and I said we traveled with Kendall Bremer a lot, so had a lot of mentors over the year and just watching guys that did tailheads, and it was kind of an art form to me, and I just always kind of gravitated towards it and enjoyed messing with them.
And there we have it. The Black Jacobson steer is going to take the class, and as soon as JBH gets done with his spiel, we're going to hear some reasons here.
Here we go.
I told Chance when we got done with that last division, I never thought I would be hot, in the state of Iowa in February, but, things are getting heated, and we were like, man, that's the heat there in that division, and then this guy walks in, and you're like, that calf is awesome in terms of just how massive he is, for that guy to be this far along in maturity and mass and weight, still be that fresh up front and that good looking. Bottom line, where he separates himself from the gold steer in second, when you put those cattle in motion, he's quite a bit more fluid and just more agile in terms of how he gets off of both ends of his skeleton. When they're parked, this gold steer, and you know, I'll be honest with you, I've always liked one of this color just because they stand out, and he is absolutely maxed out. I mean, they have got him put together awesome proportions, balance, everything you want to talk standing, you can talk it. Even his joints read correct when he's on the stand, and you ask that calf to get out and go. We just wish he'd just reach and grab ground, just do it on just a looser, more athletic type of a skeleton, but that is one awesome one in terms of his look, his muscle, and his power. We walked that initial trio there the last time. We weren't very comfortable with how this one hit the ground from behind. You study him and step in behind, he kind of wants to put all the weight on the outside of his hoof wall there from behind, but when that young man gets him parked, he's very, very good from the side. Love that guy in terms of his top line and how shapely he is out the backside of his blade. Just want to change him ever so slightly there at the ground, but that's definitely a very high quality one to go in 3. Same goes for the young man in 4. That is not a bad animal. There's no doubt about it. I mean, that's a good looking one that's still awesome in terms of his just mass and dimension. Definitely plenty of muscle for us. That calf's got to stay more genuine in terms of his width all the way at the ground. He has the big soft feet. We just got to stay more genuine all the way to the ground, probably blend in his shoulder a shot better. The black calf just ran out of oomph. There's no other way to describe it. We need more of him today. He's wild looking and certainly has the scale, but just ran out of power. We still thought he was sounder than the black and white steer. The black and white steer just comes a shot more conventional in terms of his look up front. Probably has more body than the black steer ahead of him. If you want to switch that pair and talk it differently, we aren't going to argue. Very nice way to get us started here in this next division. 2 high quality animals there up top.
Very nice.
Well, you heard Judge Will Coor talk about it there. They had just wrapped up that impressive division and then just came right back at him with those 2 good steers.
Yeah, no letdown, no downtime here in the crossbred division. And just stepped away for a second here, and as I was coming back up the steps, looked like the family that had about 4th place steer in that class, the mom and the must be the brother, were standing there talking, and said, "Oh man, that was a tough class, but you know, I think we'll get them by state fair time." So again, there you go, just keeping a positive attitude, and doesn't matter how you did today, you just stick with the grind and keep after it.
Yep, and that's the spirit you got to have, because like Dave Geiger said earlier, you might be 3rd in class here, have a state fair champion, not even know it. So
for sure. All right, coming in the ring now, looks like we're up to Class 2 in Division 4. Looks like we're going to have 8 head in this class. And,
what's that 3rd from the last year pulling in there, Noel?
3rd from the end looks like a Crosscoff, worth the weight. Casey Crosscoff.
Nice looking calf.
Looks like the last one there, that's Miss Claire Shanks.
Very nice looking
The
calf.
Shanks
They're
family is
pulling in
no
last. Oh, yeah.
strangers to this show ring.
Family that's had great success. Look at the bone work and the shape to that one, stifling quarter.
Yep, that's awful impressive steer. I think I didn't make it to Denver this year, but I think that calf maybe did some damage out there in the prospect show.
Judge Will Coor is looking him up and down. Those are the kind that slow you down at nickel when you're coming around the end there as a judge.
Yeah, you kind of get in your rhythm and you're bing, 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 and then boom, you just kind of stops in your tracks.
Yep, and there's Chance Young taking a step back and a second look at that calf.
So once again, this is Class 2 in this last 4th division. 2 more classes after this, and then we'll pick our champion Division 4 crossbred steer. And then after that, of course, we'll bring all our breed champions back into the ring and get us a grand champion and top 5 overall.
Well, I don't know about you, Noel, but I know when I judge, I kind of do the same thing those 2 guys just did there, where you get stopped on a good one and you kind of just stop and admire for a little bit, and then you kind of snap out of it and continue on and,
Yeah,
and evaluate all the cattle.
You kind of just wake up and you're like, oh, where am I at? Yeah.
Better get back to
Kind
it.
of getting a little bit of a trance for sure. All right, we're giving them a good walk here. Tucker's giving them some directions. Stay to the outside. Give us a nice big
keep 'em
lap.
to the outside, kids. Good job. Oh, yeah, there he's giving the motion. A good ringman like him, they keep the cattle where they need to be, and they stay out of the judge's way.
You betcha. Pretty face baldy steer here coming around the corner. Those baldy calves are always extra attractive.
Noel Ernst loves his baldies.
That calf probably not going to win this class, but definitely a nice calf with a pretty face.
If that one would have came out with the female parts, you'd probably
You'd probably a little more acceptable.
Trying to get her down to Woodburn.
Correct. Boy, that's a big centered, flexibly designed one for sure. These last 4 steers here in this lineup kind of shaping up. Nice group of cattle.
Yeah.
A little bit extra look and power to them.
Stacked at the back end.
That fourth from the end there, that's Mr. Ryan Benshoff. That's kind of down from my old stomping grounds, Winterset, Madison County area. That's the county I showed in when I was growing up.
Another steer that's really shapely. You just stand behind him. He's got the rib shape and the muscle shape all the way through.
Yep, it says here he's Money Talks.
Oh, nice. All right, so as you kind of predicted there, the front of the line's getting pulled in and the back of the line's moving on up. And there goes the first calf. So those last 4 steers, here we go.
Here we go. Well, that first calf's awful powerful, like you said. Just hard to deny, like the look and the smoothness of pattern of this yellow one, though. Like you said, just his substance and just dimension is pretty impressive.
Yes, it is. And that steer that we called the third from the last is holding his own too. Looking the part.
Says that calf's worth the wait. So a couple different sire groups represented in this trio of calves.
What do you suppose going through these judges' minds right now? Just they have to be impressed, don't they, with the quality?
I would sure think so. I would sure think so. How could you not be? I mean, really.
Right. I know they keep talking about it, and we do too. It's just true, though. They're really high level. It's the top end of these classes. And there you go. The yellow calf's going to take it.
Congratulations to the Shanks family. That's In God We Trust, and goes to the front of the lineup here.
Seems like Will and Chance are on the same page there, and they line them right up. Here we go with some reasons.
Blondie hits the ring, and you never second guess yourself whether he's going to start. That guy is absolutely here to play. There's no doubt about it. The big soft paws with a massive amount of shape and body, so good in terms of his transitions and his balance. We'll break him down further as we get him back out here in division. Excellent way to get us started. He wins because he's quite a bit better in terms of his rear end structure than the calf in 2. The calf in 2 beats the calf in 3. As you stand on the 3/4 view, study that guy's body shape, his rib cage, and how it lays into him. He reads quite a bit, just easier fleshing, easier feeding type of cattle to us, but it still ties it together in a very good package. Like we talked about, maybe just like to relax him a shot right there on those rear 2, give him a shot more just flex and used to it. That's getting awful critical of a very high quality animal. The calf in 3, love his length and his extension, and when you step in behind the cattle, that is a flat big back, a big hip that is super cracked open and just opened up. A calf for us, maybe a shot shallower in his twist, maybe a shot shallower in terms of his just flank heart and forerib. That calf continues to chub. His better days are only ahead of him. The heavier sheath calf in 4 is one that just maybe comes in a little bit plainer of a package, a little bit plainer about his jaw, his chest, but that's still an animal that's awesome. We actually really like his hip and hind leg design and how he gets out and travels, just like to kind of jazz him up in his look. The calf that comes next, the young man here in the pink shirt, he's got the burliness, got the stoutness, there's no doubt about it. We just got to tie it together better, make his shoulder, forerib, tail head, everything blend into the package a little bit smoother. Calf that comes next is awesome on the profile, deep-bodied, proportions are correct. The problem is when you step in behind the cattle, that one just flattens and gets too two-dimensional in his shape. Same goes for the baldy calf. Awesome looking, big-bodied kind of cattle, just too generic in his shape, especially right out the back side of his shoulder. And then the young lady that's going to round us out, that's a calf that has bone and foot, definitely has enough body. Young lady's done a very nice job with him. We just got to have him better in terms of his hip and his hind leg and just get out and travel more accurately and just get out and go. Definitely a very nice class there with an excellent one to get us started.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Class 2 out of Division 4. Steers are complete there. And, again, congratulations to Miss Claire Shanks. Nice peach-colored calf there to win that class. Here's Class 3 coming in the ring right now. Looks like we're going to have 7 steers in this class. And, once again, a strong set of steers and some names that we're awful familiar with. Again, looks like the Stewart family and the Rogers family and the Manning family all have some cattle in this class. And boy, I know back when we were showing the Manning family, that was a name to be reckoned with in the steer side of the deal.
Oh, yeah, it was. No doubt about that. You saw that name on the class, you were like, uh-oh.
Uh-oh, we're in trouble.
Man, look at this class.
Like you said, it just never lets off, does it?
No, it does not.
I know we've talked about some of our Beef Expo stories, but as we were saying yesterday here in the Cattle Pavilion, this is also serves as the fighting grounds, I guess, for the State Fair, both breeding heifer and steer show. And you got any State Fair stories you'd like to share with our listening audience?
Most of them are sad, I guess. I mean, that was kind of the goal of our family, was always to try to win the Iowa State Fair steer show, and knocked on the door several times, but
yeah, you let them
came up short.
You let them know you were here for sure. You did.
Yep. You usually were the third one out a lot of times.
Yeah, well, don't feel bad. You weren't the only guy. Not everybody has the chance to win the State Fair for sure. And
right, but like you talked about earlier, if you won every time, wouldn't really feel the same. And
yep, exactly right.
Life lessons you learn from losing are
sometimes
better than winning.
Yep, for sure, exactly. Well, you know, as I was showing growing up, we showed a few steers, whatever, but mostly heifer side of the ring for my family. Showed a lot of breeding females, and you know, we were very, very competitive through the years. We had some Angus heifers that did some damage, and some key and crossbred females as well. And but when I went off to college then and was a freshman in college, came back home that summer, and I had a heifer, and we brought her back to the State Fair and the FFA show, and it was 2001, and got lucky and had Supreme breeding heifer in the FFA show at the Iowa State Fair. So that was fun for me, kind of at the end of my career, to cap it all off with a win. And
yeah,
like you said, it just means a lot when you put in all the work
really
over the years.
Cool, and that's an honor and something you'll never forget.
Yep, it was very cool. So,
and like you said earlier, when you do win, it makes you enjoy it more when you finally get on top where you want to be.
Sure, absolutely. And you've been in the winner's circle, though. There was a time or two at Exarban you were in the Sale of Champions, for sure.
Yeah, I kind of got fortunate to go out with a bang there my last year, senior year. You know, I just started at Iowa State University there and went out to the Exarban with my steer and was grand champion overall. So that was sure fun to kind of end it with a high note.
Yeah, we're like John Elway. We go out on top.
Right. Yep. No, that was a lot of fun, and then got to show a steer at Denver, one and only time, and made the Sale of Champions. So that was good.
Excellent.
Yeah, that steer I won the Exarban with, I believe that might have been the very first year they did a top 5 here at the Iowa State Fair.
Okay.
They had just started doing that. I think I got in the top 5 with him. He was reserve main behind the Mannings.
Yep.
And got into the top 5. I don't remember which spot, 4th or 5th, but and then went on to the Exarban. So it was good.
Was that calf a Jazz maybe? Or?
He was. He was
Yeah,
started
there
by
you go.
Jazz. Good memory. The main bull.
Yep, for sure.
Came through Bobby May and Barry Nowatzki and ended up in our barn.
Nice, nice. Just a quick note of observation here, boy. We've been on such a roll. Now they just broke our trend here. We have no smoky or peach-colored calves in this class.
At least there's a painted up steer here closest to us.
We do have a Bronco face and a white tail, but no smokies in this class.
No, we've been getting heavier on the blacks here.
Moving along at a good clip this morning. Judges are doing a nice job being efficient, as we said, but still giving these kids their due diligence. Just everything's working smoothly and moving right along. It's not even noon yet, and we're getting up into our 4th division of crossbred steers.
Yeah, we're going to have this thing wrapped up in a timely manner. We might be able to go enjoy a little bit of that beautiful weather outside.
Absolutely. Hate to go home too early, though. I have to just do some work.
Yeah, might have to take our time, when it's over and visit with a few people.
Here's that Chloe Rogers young lady again turning the corner in front of us. She just had the steer that won that 3rd division, and boy, she didn't let off here in Division 4. There's another powerful steer.
Yeah, that one's got some power all the way through him. You might have already mentioned it. Where are we at on weights? We're over 1,000 now.
Yeah, we're just cracking into the 1,000-pounders. This class here is 1030 to 1056.
All right.
But as we look forward here to our last class of the day, we're 1060 to 1090. I mean, no 11 and 1,200 pounders. How about that?
Yeah, not like yesterday. We saw a really big one yesterday, didn't we?
Uh-oh, here we go. We got some surprise guests.
Oh, boy.
My family just showed up. Things must be going good at home in
Looks
the cabin.
Looks like the Ernst crew has made it.
Denver, would you like to say hi to everybody at home? No. Okay, we're going to be a little bit shy today, but. So here we go again. This is class class 3 in Division 4.
Yep, one more class to go, and then we will have your final division winner and get set for the big show.
The big show.
This is another deep class of steers.
Another deep class there. And just listen to Mr. Brad Hook talk there. We're just getting an update. So as we wind down here on the steer side and as well there on the heifer side, just an update. There's going to be a 30-minute break from the time that the last class leaves the ring here, whether it's the steer or heifer side, and then we will start with our grand champion selections.
That would be a good time to have an interview with the guy that keeps texting me all the time.
Yeah, tell him to get up here to the crow's nest.
I think we get that guy up here. He goes by 3 letters.
He could probably tell us a state fair story or two.
Yeah, come on, Matt. I know you're listening. Get up here. All right, we're down to the last 3.
Yep, another nice trio of calves there, and
I like that. I don't know who that girl in the red shirt is, but that's a good-looking one. That steer is stout and smooth.
Yeah, I can't, at this angle, it's hard to catch numbers. Might be able to catch a number here. We're going to walk them one more time, but again, that's the Rogers girl there in the middle, and then the Manning boy here at the end with the white-tailed calf.
All right, Noel, we can only see so much from up here in the crow's nest, but I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to take that first steer. How do you like
You like
that?
the first
How
one,
do you
Aaron?
like that pick? Let me go with the first steer.
Okay, here he comes around the corner. Looks like it's exhibitor 190. That is Taylor Thomas from Gilman, Iowa. Probably no surprise there. That's a Here I Am again. And, yeah, he's an awful nice calf, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just so smooth and square. And
Kind of,
gets
again,
out
their
moves.
type that's, mobile and still
I
stout,
think he's
stout
just got
and
a couple
smooth.
advantages, but I've missed already before at this show.
Well, I'll double down and go in with you. I think that's an awful nice calf to win this heavier class.
Chance and Will are talking it out here.
Yep, a little more debate between the judges and talking about what they see and breaking it down a little.
Chance kind of gave the motion on one of the calves he thinks is more extended and up and out. Looks like out of that front third.
It's funny, you sit here and watch guys long enough, you can kind of read their body
Yeah,
language
you
and
can
kind
almost tell what they're talking about.
know what they're talking about without hearing what they're saying.
Will's adjusting his tie.
Once again here, as these judges get ready to throw them in order.
There we go.
There you go.
We got it right.
All
For those
right.
keeping track at home, our percentage today is higher than it was yesterday.
Yeah, I hate to disappoint the masses, man. They were sure enjoying it when we were wrong yesterday.
Is really, really good. And, you know, we walked that final trio, and in our opinion, that's where this one separates himself. So good on the move in terms of his feet and legs, but where he really separates himself is coming and going. He's wider chested than the 1 and 3, better in his hock than the 1 and 2, and when you combine that all with the fact that he's presented and looks the way he does, that's why he goes ahead and gets the nod. The calf in 2 is one that honestly, I mean, he's got the shape and got the muscle that we like. Kind of reads like an easy feeding one through his throat, and, you know, I mean, is he the wildest necked one? No, but, you know, it's still very clean and very, very attractive about his front end. Just gets a shot awkward right there in his hock. Maybe like to loosen him up, maybe just stay a shot square and more genuine as you watch him go right away. That's 2 high-quality individuals. The calf in 3 is blessed with the big hairs. There's no doubt about it. He has the mass, but does he have just the actual, just true, genuine shape, especially when you study him through the lower third of his body? He gets the narrowest coming and going. Very, very high-quality trio there. Young lady in 4 has done an exceptional job with this calf. From his shoulder back, he's a player. There's no doubt about it. He has the meat, the power, and the muscle. That calf just gets too far forward there in his shoulder to compete with that initial trio. Calf coming next is one that we honestly maybe even like a shot better in terms of his structure than the young lady that goes ahead of him. A calf for us, I guess we read him to be a shot harder right through his forerib and his heart. Maybe needs to blend together a shot better. The young man here in the vest has bought us the burly, big-legged one that certainly has the dimension. If he's going to carry that extra chest, we got to open him up in his heart, bust him loose down there, and just make him chubbier through the center part of his body and his rear flank to cause him to balance better. And then the young man that rounds us out, long, extended cattle that just needs more punch. Very, very nice class of them, high level of trio of cattle up there to get us started.
All right, Class 3, Division 4 there is just completed. Just left the arena, and here comes our final crossbred class of the day. Class 4, Division 4, now entering the ring. Whoop, there's a good one to start with. Again, Avery Shala.
Yes, it is. That one is tight-throated.
As
cocky looking.
Yes, for sure. As we are watching this class there in the ring, those of you that are at home watching along on the camera, you can probably see over the partition there and past the announcer stand in the middle on the far side of the ring. They have some heifers lined up. They are right now getting ready to select your champion commercial heifer. They have the 4 division champion and reserve females out there lined up to have the champion commercial picked. So take a quick peek. If you can see, I think probably at the top of your screen, you can get a little peek of those heifers. And again, we talked about the quality in the steer side, and haven't got to analyze all those heifer classes, but every now and then we take a peek over there, and it sure has been impressive as well.
That looks like an impressive lineup, and the judge just got a little friendly
Got
kick from
a little
the champion.
sideswipe. That heifer told him, "Hey, don't slap me, I'll slap you back."
Didn't get him too hard, but got him for sure. But yeah, that's a impressive lineup of commercial. Back when you and I were showing, Noel, if you won the commercial heifers, you had a pretty good chance to win the whole show.
Absolutely, yeah. Back in those days, the Angus didn't win very often, or it was pretty much mains, keys, and crossbreds. And now the Simmentals and Herefords and Angus and even the Charolais are, right in the mix.
Right, yeah. I mean, now a commercial.
We're doing the limousines. We talked a little bit yesterday about the limousines and the Limflex deal. That's become quite popular and sure improved as well.
Yeah, the heifers have gotten so good. They're so good in their design, and they're so sound and good in angles. It's fun to watch them.
All right, 5 steers in this class. The judges coming down, giving them one look, last look up front here. And we're going to come around the corner and put them on the stroll. Looks like another good class. 3 or 4 pretty nice ones there at the top end.
Yeah, it looks like on this class the front end's going to be kind of the lead instead of the back end.
That's Shallow steer again. They got him dialed in, every one they've brought to the ring, but that dude is sharp-fronted and presented just impeccably.
Yeah, we're going to get to see him go around the corner here in just a moment. We'll see how he hits the ground. Looks good turning. Highly presented, high quality.
You betcha.
Maybe it doesn't track out as wide as some of the Kievs we've seen today down low. What do you think?
Yeah, and again, you're getting these bigger frame cattle, a little, just heavier, and maybe, again, when you have a little more extension, it's hard to keep you quite as wide. Pretty nice white calf here coming around.
That is a nice white calf. He's
probably a little stouter and wider from right behind, maybe?
Yeah, he's extremely bold sprung. Maybe a little restricted in his movement, coming up just a little short there.
I guess we'll see what they do, but I think those two kind of fit the mold. The black calf's awful good looking, and the white calf's awful stout.
And again, we got the white cable halter with.
Boy, I'm glad they started paying attention to me. I really am.
It's got to be. It's got to be us.
I'm
right?
going to take credit for it. Actually, if we think back, that's the same young lady that had another white steer. Now that I'm looking, yeah, she's the one that had the white cable halter with the black strap earlier.
Okay,
so.
well, maybe they're listening back in the tent, maybe not. But either way, we like the result.
That's right. Boy, look at that shallow calf. He's awfully, awfully pretty from the side.
He's got the show steer look.
Yeah, head up, neck comes out where it's supposed to, and beautiful silhouette of that calf.
He's one of those calves, too, where it just kind of naturally walks into position. That those good structured cattle.
Kind of knows he's a show steer. Yep, for sure.
The young lady brings us a black steer that honestly, checks a lot of boxes and does so in a very good fashion. Awesome in terms of his muscle, his balance, and his look. Are you going to get critical on him and say he doesn't hit the ground just perfect up front and turn out ever so slightly? Yes, absolutely, but he's still better in his knee and his shoulder design than the white calf in 2, and he goes ahead and gets the nod. The white calf in 2 from his shoulder back is an absolute man-child. Opened up, super robust about his body, stout-hipped, and really, really nice in terms of how big and stout his feet are. We just got to redesign him up front, make him square and more genuine in his knee and his front feet as he comes right at you. The calf in 3 has that advantage in terms of just the squareness of his knee and his front foot, but the problem with that particular black steer to us is he becomes more restricted off of those rear 2, kind of pulls that hock in and gets more restricted there with his hind leg and how he gets out and travels. Black and white steer, big and burly, just a shot too coarse for our liking today. Definitely has enough muscle, and that's why he got the nod over the young lady steer. long-bodied steer that's still really sound there. The young lady's done a nice job with, just doesn't have the mass and the power to compete.
Crossbred steers. First place, Avery Shala, Riverside. Second, Delaney DeVries of Red Oak. Third to Dayton Weaver of Mobile. Fourth, Cole Weiner of Rockwell. Fifth to Carly Reed of Nevada.
All right, here we go. Time for your division champion. And, man, this is going to be fun to watch. Every class winner was high level.
Yes, I know we kept talking about that that last division, how good they were, but again, didn't leave off the throttle much here. And 4 highly presented, just top-notch, high-quality steers that compete for this last division championship.
And this is going to be another case, too, I think, Noel, where those second-place steers are going to impress as well when you get them all out here.
Absolutely. I'm sure we'll see some looks and close inspection over there in the second-place lineup as well from our 2 judges. Well, once again, as we watch the judges work through this this division championship here, just like to take time to thank all our sponsors. And again, 2 sponsors that this show wouldn't go without them, and Sullivan Supply and Weaver Livestock. Both those guys in the supply company trailers just do a tremendous amount of good for the youth here this weekend and at the Iowa Junior Beef Breeds Association shows all year long. So thank those guys for what they're doing, and we sure appreciate their support here of the steer show and heifer show this weekend at the Iowa Beef Expo.
Yeah, both those companies do such a nice job and have such great products. I mean, think how many things have came out since when you and I showed.
Right, yes, and so that's the thing, staying innovative and staying just on the cutting edge and, just impressive. And a lot of those products are, things that were created at home. I know, somebody will make something in their garage at home to work on their own calf, and then the neighbor sees it at the show, and then they start talking about it, and next thing you know, Sullivan Supply has it in mass quantities. So.
Yep, exactly. I mean, a lot of the things, one person, let's try this, see how it works, and all of a sudden it just takes off.
Yep, for sure.
No different than a product that I like to spray on some of my calves that comes out green, and I think it was maybe made in your dad's basement or
yeah,
what,
there
garage?
was out in the back porch. We many concoctions made back when I was a kid of green stuff before Dad finally got the right one in the right proportions where we could really tell. But once he did, it was at that time we didn't really know any better. We didn't know what we were sitting on. We just made something that worked really good, and other people started noticing it, and one thing leads to another. So.
All right, we're getting these 4 class winners around the circle. The judges are analyzing their movement, and they can all move pretty good.
I was going to say for the heavyweight class here and some bigger, older, more mature type cattle, they're all pretty good in terms of their movement and their flexibility.
I don't know if this will be their toughest decision of the day, but it won't be the easiest.
No, for sure not. And I'd say when we, come back at the end of the day, whichever crossbred represents the show, and they get them lined up against the market heifer and all the breed champions, that might be the toughest decision of the day, but certainly a lot of tough ones up to that point getting there.
Chance Young moving in for close inspection. Well as Will Cure. They really like to get that third dimension on these cattle. Sure appreciate that.
Absolutely. And it's funny, you and I have talked, when we see a calf on the far side of the ring that really catches your eye, and then by the time he makes it down to our side of the ring, he maybe looks a little different or is perceived a little different. So I appreciate, like you said, both these guys, they're viewing them at a distance, and then they both get right in there on them as well and making sure they get the best view from all angles and all distances as well.
That is correct. And I don't know if you noticed, Noel, but the tension is in the air. It's gotten kind of quiet in here. The heifer side is empty. And they've completed, and all eyes are on these 4, or I should say 8 steers at this time.
You betcha. And, tension's high around the ring, but the tension in these 4 exhibitors and anxiety, I'm sure, is pretty high. But, boy, they're all handling it like pros. They're cool, calm, and collected, and
they are, man.
Getting the job done.
3 young ladies and the young man at the front there, just calm, cool, and collected. They know what they're doing. They've obviously put the time in at home. I mean,
I think they've all probably been in this situation before as well.
Yeah, they're all familiar.
And, we got in that 3rd division, and we were, sweating a little bit, and honestly, it stayed just as good. I mean, these cattle are absolutely lethal and presented to the nines, and honestly, when they're put together as good as these are, quite honestly, I guess in my opinion, it comes down to how these cattle hit the surface, how good they are in their structure, because when you get to this level, in my opinion, the muscle, the body, and the presentation's there, so we got to get nitpicky on these cattle. Black Calf hit the ring, and from the time he hit the ring, we've been in love with him, to be dead honest with you. That calf is absolutely 3-dimensional, cracked open, one that is super wide. But I guess the most impressive part to us is when you get out here and study these cattle, you talk about foot quality, you talk about that calf coming and going and how square and genuine he stays on all 4 corners. I guess that's the most impressive part to us. Now, could you say that the yellow steer right behind him maybe brings his neck a shot better out the top side of his shoulder and has a shot more extension? Absolutely, but you can also say that this one's better at the ground, plant squarer and truer. So there's the kind of the differences between those two. Very, very high quality animal. The yellow calf is absolutely burly. Those are some giant feet, giant legs. Absolutely love this one in terms of just his look. I mean, he just reads to be the fat steer type to us. Love his body dimension and how shapely he is. If we're going to get critical on him, we like to change him at the ground. You study him going right away. He wants to put weight ever so slightly on the outside of the hoof wall going right away from you. Maybe like to just square him up front ever so slightly, but that's getting awful critical of an absolute bad to the bone animal. The black steer in 3, I think, is the challenging one within this particular lineup. There's times he gives you a look and you're like, holy buckets, we're all in. And then there's times that he's kind of wanting to fight the halter. And when he kind of fights the halter and you ask him to go, I think you ask yourself, are his pins up in him and square enough? And then he kind of gets up underneath himself, ever so slightly. That one is awesome from the side in terms of his balance, though. She gets him loined down and put together there. It certainly gives you an awesome, awesome picture. You study those cattle coming and going. Is there just as much animal down low in terms of his underpinning, in terms of his sternum, and through the lower third of his body as the 2 cattle in front of him? That's the debate for us. The calf out of Class 4, he may be the best looking one of all of them. That is one wild neck creature that ties extremely high, big back, big square hipped one. That is certainly in the discussion out here. For us, I guess our issue comes with him. You watch that calf come at you. We talked him in class. He kind of wants to plant there and throw those front 2 out. We'd also like to see him, you're comparing, high-end stock, maybe have a shot more flex ever so slightly off of those rear 2. There's our kind of breakdown of these 4 class winners, high quality seconds over here that we talked in class. Very, very bad to the bone division. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. We'll show you the 2 that we like the best.
And your 2023 Division 4 champion, coming out of the first class, Class 512, Mr. Drew Jacobson of Osceola. Coming into contention, Laney DeVries of Red Oak.
within that particular class. We talked that duo. When that young lady gets that blonde steer stopped, I mean, he's absolutely impeccable. There was no deviation of quality there, especially on the stand. We talked that calf within class. We'd like to just free him up, see him get out and just go a shot better, and I think that's kind of what it comes down to. Chance will get out there and show you our second favorite one. We'll select your reserve and roll right into the grand.
Claire Shanks out of Colfax, going to be a reserve, Division 4. Once again.
Well, congratulations to our Division 4 champion reserve exhibitors. Champion out of Class 1 was exhibited by Drew Jacobson, and our reserve out of Class 2 in Division 4 was exhibited by Claire Shanks.
Well, know what a division that was. My goodness.
Yes, I know we kept talking about it all day, and especially in that third division, but boy, that fourth division was just as tough and was just as salty.
Yes, it was. And my, oh my, what do we have coming our way now?
Going to be a fun one here, and 4 division winners and reserves coming back in, and going to have a little sibling rivalry, I think. Macy Jacobson wins the first divisions of our crossbreds here. Now her brother just won Division 4, so little brother and sister going at it here.
I like it. Man, this is going to be fun.
Absolutely. Coming in here, as I said, Division 1 champion was Macy Jacobson. Right behind her is our Division 2 champion. That is Harbor Lonigan. Right behind her was the calf we've been talking about with the nose ring, and that is Chloe Rogers. And then now entering the ring, just one Division 4, Mr. Drew Jacobson.
I know that calf with the nose ring, Noel. I know he's not a bull. He's just got a nose ring in him. But, man, how do you castrate one like that?
Boy, that'd be tough. I tell you what, I mean, I don't know. If that one was born in my house, I would have a hard time pulling the knife out.
Man, he would have made a nice sire.
Nowadays, though, these steers bring as much as a promotion bull or sometimes more.
That's true. Very true. A lot of dollars involved with some of these cattle, as we all know.
Give a quick shout out here to our division reserves that just pulled in the ring here and lined up closest to you guys on camera. You might not be able to see them. They're just right underneath you. Out of Division 1, the reserve was Sawyer Minor. Out of Division 2, our reserve steer was exhibited by Keaton Krolick. Out of Division 3 was Mr. Tyson Gretzka. And just that peach calf that was just reserved there in Division 4, that's a calf exhibited by Claire Shanks.
Well, I know you guys watching can't see me and Noel, but we are literally on the edge of our seats because this is fun to look at and fun to analyze. We're watching.
Well, and also my butt hurts just a little bit, so I had to slide up.
I suppose they aren't the most comfortable chairs.
No, but it's been fun, and definitely not going to complain a bit because it's been a pleasure to be here and a lot of fun to cuss and discuss with you here the last couple days. And this is just a great way to cap off the end of our market show before we get ready to select our champion steer.
It absolutely is. I'm glad they asked us to be a part of this. We do truly appreciate it. It has been a fun ride.
You bet. As you kind of alluded to earlier, getting some comments in on the text lines and getting some phone calls and whatnot. So at least some people are listening. That's good, bad, or ugly, I guess. But we're amusing some people at least at home. And honestly, you just never know how many people are watching or whatever. I don't know the exact number, but it's funny. We got some texts from last night. We had even some over-the-seas viewers. We had a response from somebody watching the show in Brazil.
We did. We were really kind of blown away with that, but it's a national event, I guess.
Yeah, international steer show here. And again, thanks to the DV Auctions for putting this on and getting this going here the first year that they're live streaming the coverage of both the steer and the breeding heifer show here at the Iowa Beef Expo. And this has been a great way to interact and hopefully that the people that can't make it that are usuals, maybe at home calving cows or doing chores, and then just reaching out and connecting with some other people that maybe have never been here or just from a different part of the world that don't know what the Iowa Beef Expo is all about. And you're certainly, hopefully, have enjoyed it and have seen what we have to offer here in the Midwest, and especially Des Moines, Iowa. These kids have brought their best to town.
Yeah, and there's so many great people in this industry, and the guys that are really, really into it, raising them, selling them. If they're not here, they're probably watching and listening right now because this is a very important show, and important outcomes to be determined here. But it's also been nice that this is provided for some of those families out there. I know, for example, what the Drunken-Miller family, they were not able to all be here, but they won the market effort show.
Yep,
so how cool that they could see it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sometimes you just can't always be in two places at once, and so the ability for everybody in your family to tune in and see your loved one show calf, that's pretty cool. And like I said, just glad we could be a part of it, and maybe help entertain you a little bit along the way. Once again, there in the center ring, our two judges are huddled up and discussing this impressive lineup of Crossbred steers.
Yeah, they've, again, got their work cut out for them here. There's going to be splitting hairs, I would imagine, on a couple of these calves.
Yeah, no, a lot of them, the hair's in such good place, there's really not an extra hair to split on some of those calves.
That's no kidding. I mean, these guys have them dialed in. They, the exhibitors, I'm sure have put in a lot of hard work on these, and that shows, and I'm sure they got some good people helping them that have helped to get those hairs clipped properly.
Yeah, that's when you get to this level and this stage of the game, obviously it's not a one-man show, as we said. But kudos and hats off not only to these kids for doing the work at home, but when they got to town here, the crew that helps put everything together and get them to the ring. And that's not only just the fitters, but as we know, there's tents out there that have to be set up. You have to get your electricity right. You got to worry about getting your calf washed, and there's just so many things that go into it. It's not just a can of glue and a Scotch comb.
Yeah, you got to have somebody that's good at logistics and being organized, which is not me. So how in my operation it was somebody else.
That's right. That's why we have Big Jim to keep us in line,
yes,
right?
Shout out to Big Jim, always the man who's watching our back.
Absolutely. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Big Jim's coming chauffeuring you around town here this weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, thanks to Big Jim. He was out in Ohio for over 20 years, and Big Jim's kind of like my big brother, grew up down the road. And anyway, he's been gone to Ohio for 20-some years, and he just recently moved back to be closer to family, and it's worked out really well. But, yeah, Jimmy's been dropping me off right at the front door every morning.
That's been great, and that's, like you said, part of our family, and we've known him forever, and sure glad he's back in town. And here again is Will Coor to talk about these Crossbred steers.
All right. I think you can hear a pin drop in here right now. That's awesome. That tells you the tension's high, and quite honestly, it should be. I'm not sure I've ever judged a show that I've rolled into a grand drive of the Crossbreds or the grand drive of this or that and not known exactly what we were going to do. But that just speaks volumes of the quality of livestock out here. Just blown away, in terms of how these cattle are built, how these cattle are presented, and quite honestly, I don't know if Des Moines has a zoo, but I feel like we're out here in the zoo. I mean, these things are absolute creatures. When you can build cattle this stout, this burly, this good looking, and still make them so good at the ground, I think that's what makes this so challenging, because me and Chance had tried to stay true to cattle that were genuine, cattle that were good at the ground, and cattle that came at us and went away from us and stayed true to what they were up high. With that being said, taking nothing away from you, sweetheart, little guy up here has a bright future, and he is bad to the bone. He didn't quite eat enough Wheaties this morning. These big boys back here are going to get him today, but that calf is absolutely one that's going to play down the road. To be perfectly honest with you, me and Chance love the calf out of the second division. I mean, that guy is just so fluid, so good in terms of his movement. You study that guy and his shoulder, his knee, and how everything lays in. You back up and ask yourself, is he ready? Is there enough just punch there today? Did he put his big boy britches on and come to play with these two behind him today? That's the decision that you got to make, in our opinion, and it's very, very hard to, just kind of dictate those younger, more immature cattle. The one out of the third division, he beat an absolute stud there within that division because we thought he was better in his shoulder and knee. We still believe that's true as those cattle come back out here. You study that guy off to the side from his shoulder back. You know, I'm not sure how you could build one any more massive or any better in his structure. Maybe as we talked there within that division, you like to just extend him ever so slightly right there in his neck. That calf's finally settled down and showed himself, and quite honestly, we're very comfortable with that decision as we get those cattle back out here. That calf's finally settling in and really coming to. The calf that won that last division, quite honestly, when they're that big, that burly, that mature, but still that fresh about their neck and just that good looking, it's hard to beat them. You know, there's no doubt about it. If you're going to, hey, that's perfectly fine, because there's other options out here and you can talk your way one way or another. And if you think one's right or wrong, hey, more power to you. I'm just telling you, when they're this good, it's personal preference is how they hit us today. We're going to talk one more time. We'll go show you our 2 favorite crossbreds. We wish we could take 10 out of this division. They've been that good all day. But if you will, give these exhibitors one big round of applause. We'll go show you the 2 we like the best.
Your 2023 champion crossbred steer. Coming out of Division 4, Drew Jacobson.
All right, we talked about that tough Division 4, and it carried through to the champion crossbred steer.
That calf we just picked for champion beat Goldie here in division just because we thought he was better at the ground and just square and more genuine in terms of his foot shape. You know, and Goldie comes back out here and gives us an incredible look. Very extended, very burly in terms of his body shape, very good in terms of just his muscle and power. We'll take one more look at him and kind of give you a rundown for reserve. But we wanted to commend her on an absolute excellent calf there in the reserve of that division.
All right, so there you go. The one we've been calling the nose ring steer, reserve grand champion crossbred.
Yes, congratulations again, Division 4 champion as our champion crossbred, exhibited by Drew Jacobson. Reserve is exhibited by Miss Chloe Rogers. That was a champion out of Division 3. Stay tuned here, ladies and gentlemen. In exactly half an hour, we will be back with our grand champion steer selection. In the meantime, we're going to try to get a quick interview here for you. So stay on the line. We're going to do a little quick judge interview with you here.
All right, so Ryan Habiger here, and we are going to interview your 2 heifer judges. I know we've been focusing on the steer side, but we've glanced across the ring a few times and noticed the quality that you guys got to sort through. So I got the judges Dan Harker and Matt Copeland here with me, and I'll let one of you guys talk first, but can you just give us a little oversight of what you were able to see so far through the heifer shows?
Well, I came into the Iowa Beef Expo and was definitely excited to be here. I knew what the quality would be like just from showing all over the country and seeing what comes out of Iowa every year, and I'll tell you what, it sure didn't disappoint. You know, we started out in the very first breed and went all the way through today, and every one of those breed champions were just phenomenal.
I believe it. I know, like I said, me and Noel were watching over the fence, and we made a few comments when we were in between steer classes, just saw the phenomenal quality over there, and we were kind of following along on the internet too, which ones were winning and the pictures that were taken, and man, just high quality. Not that you have to tip us off at all, but I mean, Is there anything that sticks out? You have any breeds sticking out at you before you get them back in there or anything?
Well, I was taught a long time ago you don't kiss and tell on these things, but oh man, I mean, the quality was so deep that first day, and it was a long day. And like Dan said, you know, when you come to Iowa, you expect the best of the best, and we saw that and maybe a little bit more. But it'll be interesting to see a lot of those, how they come back to come when they get them put back together and come back out here and see what they look like and compare them all again. And I think it's going to be a heck of a top 5 and a heck of a lineup, and it's not going to be an easy decision.
I'm sure not. I'm sure you guys have some tough choices ahead of you, and Noel and I talked about that earlier. You know, sometimes when you judge, you kind of have in the back of your mind maybe what you think is going to be the case, but until you actually get them back out there together, you never know for sure. So appreciate you guys stopping by. I don't want to hold you up too much. Let you get rested up here. You're going to be working your butts off here again in a little bit.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
You bet.
Thank you.
All right, folks, stay with us. We are fortunate enough to also have the 2 steer judges up here with us, and we're going to do an interview with him here in just a moment, so please
do a little
stay on the line.
quick debriefing here before we get ready to select our champion. And joining us again our 2 steer evaluators today, our lead judge here today, Mr. Will Coor, and along with him is Chance Young. Gentlemen, thanks for taking the time to come up the stairs here and talk to us. I guess just first question, have you guys, either one of you, ever been to the Iowa Beef Expo before?
Yes, sir. I've been before. We've been, lucky enough to sell cattle to some good families out here in the state, and had the opportunity to come out and help some of these guys that, especially, well, never on the steer side, but on the heifer side of things. So, had a chance to come out and exhibit or help exhibit cattle here anyway.
Awesome, cool. How about you, Chance?
I've actually almost been to a show in every state but Iowa. I've never actually been to Iowa to a show before, so it's been a pleasure to be here.
Well, welcome to Iowa.
Yeah, you guys have done a great job. Just, I know we got the big daddy here left to go, but just give us a quick debriefing of what you guys have saw the last 2 days and what you think of the Iowa Beef Expo Market Steer Show so far.
Honestly, came in with, you get that call, and you would certainly think, or at least I've always thought, that this is obviously one of the premier, expos, premier jackpot shows within the country, and then you come here and they run cattle in at you, for a day and a half of that quality that are built like that. I mean, it only justifies that opinion, it absolutely just, blown away by the quality of those cattle. And, you always talk about, steers and being that far out in there and how they build them cattle that freaky. But I guess the most impressive part to me anyway is you can always build them freaky and stout, but when you build them that freaky and stout, it's hard to put that type of running gear on them, and they've done it, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
And they didn't let off you guys. We were up here in the booth, just enjoying because all the quality coming through, and it was like you just got through the tough division. I could almost see the look on your guys' face, and then just right away, 2 or 3 really good steers, bang.
They definitely, they kept coming, and it's like I told Will last night. I told him, I said, if I grew up showing market cattle in Iowa, I may have quit showing cattle 15 years ago. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, you guys talked about it in the show, but there was cattle at the bottom of some of the classes throughout the last 2 days that are good cattle.
And there was a couple of, especially in them mains and crossbreds, me and him talked about it. We're like, dude, we never showed a calf as good as the calf down there in last, you know?
Right. For sure.
Yeah, we appreciate that you guys pointed that out, too, and you guys were so thorough and seemed like every kid got a look and a fair shot, and that's all a guy can ask for.
Well, and I'm sure Chance will hit on this, too, but, I grew up just some random, kid from North Carolina, Mom and Dad bought me one calf growing up that cost $2,500, and never was able to be on the big league, big stage like this, and I think when you grow up like that, and you value that, and I guess I wanted these kids to know, hey, you don't have to go spend 50 and 60. All you got to do is put your head down and work at it, and not saying you're going to go win the Iowa Beef Expo, but you can dang sure, better yourself and hopefully make it a better, better experience for your kids when they show, you know.
Stay competitive, absolutely.
And it's like my wife, she was giving me a hard time last night. She said, I bet you walked 10 miles yesterday in that ring. And I told her, I said, even when it's between third and fourth, I said, that might mean the world to a kid to get in the top 3. So I tried to go out there and just analyze every single one and give them, their benefit of the doubt.
Well, that's very important for sure, and that doesn't go unnoticed. You've actually made some comments here, and we do appreciate that. And we've kind of been trying to track you, guessing how many miles you put on, because you haven't left the corner of that.
I made a comment during the show. I said, if Chance has a pedometer on, I'd like to see the number. Yeah. But I like that you guys, look at them coming at you. You look at them going away from you. You don't just profile judge them. You guys are looking for every angle.
Well, when the cattle are that level, when they're that good and they're that stout, that burly, and that well presented, honestly, in my opinion, that's the best way to, sort them. That's the only way they show you, hey, I'm better than the one behind me is when coming and going, you know?
Absolutely. Well, it's certainly been fun for us to sit up here and watch you guys evaluate the show. Certainly it's been fun to be down there amongst them, and I can tell you guys are enjoying each other's company and you work together really well. We noticed that. Just give us a little background. How long have you guys known each other? What's your guys' personal connection?
I think we met, about 8 years ago. Actually, a good friend of ours had a problem come up, and they called me and needed an emergency. So I went up to clip a bunch of cattle at Prairie View Farms, and Will was about to take over full time, but he was still in college at the time. And so me and him clipped out, 25 head for Denver that year. Nice. And so I was kind of in charge, and he went along with me, and that's kind of how it happened. And then we've been real good friends ever since then. I was in his wedding, and we just kind of stayed close ever since then.
Oh, that's awesome. We were talking about earlier, but that's a good example of, this is a cattle deal. It's all about the cattle, but it's a people business, and the friendships and connections you make showing cattle or whatever you show is really what sticks with you.
100%. This industry, it's provided me my lifestyle. It's provided me with my best friends in the world, and I wouldn't trade nothing for it.
Yep, for sure. Feel the same. So, hey, appreciate you guys taking the time to come talk to us here, and appreciate the work you put in. You guys do a great job, and we do definitely appreciate it. Thanks for coming to Iowa. Give you a few minutes to take a break and recharge, and we're going to have a fun drive here to finish out.
All right. Well, thank you for having us.
You betcha.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it, guys.